Good luck in answering some of the questions.
Thank you. As a public officer, what I'm going to say might sound a little controversial, but I'm a stakeholder as an individual in to the extent that I'm impacted personally by climate issues. That's why I'm speaking in my personal capacity. And as a citizen of Uganda and East Africa, my concern is to want to see that these concepts are adapted and to want to see more of our own national interests and initiatives rather than depending so much on an agenda in terms of the direction of travel, the interventions, and the means of intervention, including expertise, to a great extent coming from somewhere else. And dare I say, reflecting on my own presentation from the West. So just to seek to reflect on this and your thoughts on that, to what extent we are domesticating or naturalizing, this notion in our region and in our countries. Thank you. Including investing in it.
A lot of people have picked interest. Sam, we're going to create an online platform to respond because the questions are getting.
I needed two clarifications. One on how is this market regulated, and the other is it's my mind. No, yeah. No, just how would the secondary market of this look like?
Ronald said it again. Debunking, the video was great, but I think it's also nice to talk through it, if it is possible, very briefly, so people. Then you also talked about projects that have been either funded or developed through this process. Can you tell us an example of what those projects are like? The other was the country issue that has been asked. And a question to Moses, whether we are considering it as a real opportunity as a country or not.
We have your award ready, but you have heard the questions. So you first answer, then we shall award you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I'm Agnes from Housing Finance Bank. Mine is about practicability of the carbon markets, especially the compliance carbon markets, in absence of policy and regulation. Where I see that we comply to what is required of us, but then how will I go into the market if even whatever I'm doing is just voluntarily, like for now? I'm also looking at how do you think the carbon market would influence uptake by all the different stakeholders? For example, if I have my money, I would choose to do nothing about it and just buy the credits. What impact would it have? Thank you.
How do we do? Provide answers.
Yeah. I think deep appreciation for the very solid questions. And thank you for wishing me God's favor, because it is necessary, given the critical importance of those questions. I think you'll allow me I will cut across, but I'll do it to some extent in the order asked. But a lot of them are cross-cutting in their nature. I think one, in terms of where do we actually have live examples of where this is working and going right? I think it's very important to note that there already the majority of carbon credits being sold out of Africa are in projects in two core spaces: the deforestation prevention and reforestation activities called RED+ projects. And then the other is in clean cooking solutions. And this transition to a non-charcoal based cooking methodology, especially at home levels. But speaking to this room, I always find myself questioning, as a continent, without doubt, the largest driver of deforestation in Africa is people's need to eat. People's need to cook is why all these trees are being cut down for firewood and charcoal. But is clean cooking what we add up to, given our industries, our manufacturing and industrialization capacity, our huge employable population? We strictly have a huge amount of renewable energy. I'll speak for Kenya. We have the capacity to generate 300 gigawatts of power a year, but we use 3. You look at what Uganda is doing with hydropower, but you have undoubted ability to feed a grid. But what are we doing to utilize that grid? Because until we utilize it, we don't actually lower the cost of our power. You currently pay, in Kenya's case, you pay for the 300 and the difference between the 300 and the 3, because you have to pay for generation. Until you have more offtake, more contributors to that number, that's when costs start coming down. So how are we shifting our mindsets to really encouraging our policymakers to really drive the agenda for meaningful manufacturing industrialization growth on this continent? As you look at, there was a reference to the Carbon Market Border Adjustment Program in EU, which is effectively saying that if you move your project to a place with weaker carbon protection laws, we will tax that project when it comes back into the EU. So how are we making sure that to bring your business to Africa is to deliver that business at a low emissions rate with, frankly, lower labor costs, with higher technology execution, so that it can actually function cheaper without carrying some of these taxation costs? It's decisions we need to make, and it's convening we need to do. But as long as you have a situation where you can go to a country and say, I want to buy X thousands of acres of your forest. And all our governments are under a lot of fiscal constraints. So they're like, you want to give me money? Okay, I'll sell you some land, but we're not factoring in, you're selling rights to land for 30 to 50 years. What does that mean to the communities operating on that land? What does that mean for your decisions on optimal use of that land if you're committing to only plant X number of trees on that land for that period? We need to think through what we're doing, because it is not saying we want to replicate a fossil fuel driven growth as happened in Europe. It's saying we want to facilitate a low emissions, energy driven growth that they can't compete with. They have a huge transition cost to move from old habits to new, to grow. We, sadly, don't have a deep history. So we get to build right the first time and grow in that direction, in line with net zero. So how do we catalyze that? Now, I think this was part of my challenge, that I was given a panel called Debunk, and I interpreted it as demystify. Because to debunk is to say, you thought this is bad, now this is good. I'm trying to build understanding of what are we talking about, to demystify and bring our minds together. And what are we trying to do, and how can we really unlock value in this space? And it goes to the question on, so what can we do as a financial sector? What can we move on? Are there low-hanging fruits? This comes back to the question on how we pushing. We're working right now with the Africa Union, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, and the African Development Bank to build some kind of tripartite convening on what is going to be the continental approach to carbon market standard setting and direction setting. Because until we have a Africa alignment, we get to a situation where countries say, I want a better price, and they tell you, well, your neighbor will take a lower price. Okay. I'll sell to you at whatever price you want because I need your money. Until we achieve some level of cohesion in setting floor prices for an African credit, because the quality is there. And if we can make data available in ways because of the integration of sound technology in our on continent, we can bring visibility and transparency that can transition to meaningful pricing if we draw the line and if we bring a bit of unification in the way we approach these issues. Now, as to why Uganda and Tanzania on that list, I'm the wrong person to ask, because we can only work with the countries that at highest level of government have come to us and say, this is our intention. This is our goal. Can we work with you? And they sign a clear commitment to build high integrity, high quality markets. We love to hear the great work that's going on in Uganda and Tanzania, but until your heads of state, your senior government officials engage us to say, let's work together, we can't put you on that list. Now we're trying to build much more credible, visible pilots so that countries can say, I can see what has actually happened in X and Y jurisdiction. Why is that not happening to me? And what actions do I need to take? Right now, there's so much positivity going on about the legal framework that's been rolled out in Ghana because it's truly global standard. But it has yet to translate into huge revenue flows into Ghana as a consequence of that. So we're trying to work very proactively with them to make sure we start seeing capital moving in line with the quality frameworks being put in place. Now, in terms of making sure there's meaningful ownership of this direction on continent, as well put, it starts with capacity building and awareness. We're rolling out training programs for project developers as well as policymakers on this continent, but programs need to be funded. If you had the convergence of these seven institutes saying, we want to support meaningful capacity building, so the institutes themselves are going to allocate X amount of budget to support deployment of these training programs. We get further, we get deeper, we deliver more impact. So I hate to say we are shopping for funding partners to move these elements forward, because as we try and build the project developer and policymaker capacity, we're also trying to do trainings for verification and validation auditors on this continent who understand our realities, who have grown up with this environment and are not trying to cut and paste practices they've seen in India, which is frankly where most of your verification experts flying into the continent come from, not from Europe, from India. So how are we making sure that we have true depth of capacity on continent so we can grow to a place where we have a continental validation and verification body with a cross-section of people working across this continent with knowledge and awareness. Now, I think there was a very important question asked on, so how are these markets regulated? First and foremost, there has to be transparency. the voluntary carbon markets, although there's progress being made on the standards that apply to those. Following COP28, you now have discussions about end-to-end integrity, so that the different standard setters on the buy side, on the demand side, and the supply side are bringing convergence in the standards they apply. But there's no enforcer. There's only standards being rolled out. And that's what's different with the Article 6 and compliance market space. Because that is, a nation is writing laws, prescribing regulations, specifying the rules of their game. And transactions that don't comply with those rules can be subjected to some level of enforcement and accountability. With true compliance, which is very much focused on tax practices, you know, when you saw the cap and trade and the baseline agendas, it's about you prescribe, this is what you're entitled to generate. If you cross, you either have to buy credits to offset that, and if you don't, you can sell credits for that. It's all rule-based. We're seeing much more positive steps towards convergence of the markets to really implement clearer rules and practices. But the voluntary carbon markets, because it is unregulated, 2023 was a $2 billion global market. The compliance market, because it's regulated, was an $862 billion market. Night and day in terms of comfort levels and what capital will be brought to that. So we're working very actively with partners like UNDP to really support their work to accelerate the implementation and adoption of Article 6 frameworks across countries on the continent, so we can start doing state-to-state and private-to-state transactions for carbon credit sales. Now, when you look at the question of an eligibility of a credit, it's an important question. Eligibility is either, okay, no, it's not a simple question. So, as we stand right now, when you look at the carbon border adjustment program, the CBAM program operated in the EU, they say if you're doing development in a space with lower carbon emission standards than the EU, we will pay a tax. You will have to pay a tax to bring it into the EU. Now, or you will have to buy an approved credit to pay for, offset your tax liability, bring you closer to your limit obligation. As it stands right now, African credits are not eligible for consideration in that CBAM space. We're working with a number of partners to say it's one thing because, let's face it, EU and the US were huge drivers of our current emissions levels and the adverse impacts. So instead of saying you will pay a tax, can you more critically say that acquisition of African credits that are high transparency, high integrity, can lower your tax exposure is a positive you can add to the world. So you have a right incentive to do that behavior. Right now, they can only buy credits generated in Europe. So you just have the money moving around in the same hands. So we're trying to shift to that. And that's where the eligibility question comes up. But I think I was glad that even as we talk about spaces where you have meaningful projects in place, there are huge steps that have been taken with green buildings. The IFC EDGE standards all now allow for the types of buildings you built to now be able to generate credit revenues. We actually have them across East Africa. We have a number of EDGE certified programs, but how do we encourage our policymakers to create incentives? If you build an EDGE building, it's cheaper than if you build an original building in terms of tax treatment and other regulatory constraints put on you. Because we need to incentivize the practices that will, although technically more expensive to implement, are infinitely cheaper in terms of their social implications and environmental implications to us as the space most adversely affected by climate change. So how do we catalyze and encourage that, that transition? But I think very, very long story short, my apologies. It is, we're looking to really broaden the pool of partner stakeholders we can work with to deepen and scale this conversation. I think for me, as a long-term capital markets regulator, I'm realizing how much easier that space was because people understood the rule fundamentals. We first need to build commonality of understanding. What are the fundamentals we're talking about? And how do we apply consistency in those fundamentals? You can't have one type of share trading rule in Kenya and mind-boggling different one in Uganda because they're global standards of securities regulation. How do we work towards African minimum standards for carbon credits so that you can start saying this is an Africa credit price and pushing back to the downward pressure we continue to face on pricing these factors. He's going to knock me over as he inches closer and closer. I need to manage my own risks. Thank you all so very, very much.
So the time.
I think already asked a question and to me about this, just to confirm that the Minister of Finance has a climate finance unit. We've established a climate finance unit to explore opportunities for accessing and innovating for financial products akin to climate, carbon credits, and so on and so forth. We are also in our capital markets development plans, we are also intending to expand the scope of products that can be that will include trading of carbon credits on our capital markets. And then thirdly, our ministry responsible for water and environment, I think with other stakeholders, including Minister of Energy, Minister of Finance, we're in advanced stages of developing a law on carbon credit trading. And finally, my little knowledge about this subject is that some people were privileged to have polluted the world a lot. And now they are purporting to clean the world. And I hope that this notion of carbon credit trading is not to give the right to the same people to pollute. And now for us who do not have capacity to buy the credits, who will pay for us to pollute? I mean,
that is such a central question that I want to just give a statement on. That as long as you have a situation where you can buy carbon credits in Africa for $2 to $5 versus in the EU, you're paying $85 to $100 per ton, that huge underpricing almost serves as an incentive to keep doing your things and buy cheap credits to offtake. Until we can start drawing lines and saying, pushing for more credible pricing, so that even projects themselves right now, some of them are not actually cost effective because your credit price is too low as against your input costs. But we're allowing ourselves to be pushed in a corner and abused because we don't speak with a common voice. And that's why we're working towards some level of continental convergence through the AU Commission, African Development Bank,
and the Economic Commission for Africa. Yeah.
I have noticed that there is a lot of conversation and dialogue on the central table. And I'm starting to think that
Gority and Paul, I'm starting to think that on a lighter note, you form a discussion group that can be able to take the conversation forward to really save on time. But also, Paul, I want to tell you that at some point, you sounded like a teacher taking us back to school on the basics. But I want to say that you can partner with the Institute to really send some information into our curriculum, which we're developing with ABI on, issues to do with ESG and climate, just to make sure we lessen your load on making us understand the market where it operates and who operates in it. But for your good work, we're going to appreciate you. There could be a slight change on your plaque, so please bear with us. But I have shown you two ladies. I've shown you the CEO of the Institute. I've shown you the conference convener, but I want to tell you that there's another third powerful lady at the Institute of Banking and Financial Services, our Director, Christine. Director Christine, please come do the honors. I'd really appreciate Paul. Many of us didn't see her today. She's always behind to ensure what happens next. She's the one who is calling me about time. So when you see me coming close, know that we are trying to manage to make sure we fit in properly.
Please come and join me.
Back end team. Yeah. For us, front end team, as you see.
Brenda is our executive secretary, but very powerful. So for the next days that are coming, we see how powerful she is. And for all communications, thank you so much. When Gava started speaking that he literally knew nothing, I think I wanted to join him. I knew that somehow, but not everything. And you've seen from the audience, the discussion has been out of the system. And like Gava's advice, and join us, we partner. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Director Christine. No problem. I'll pick it. No problem. So thank you very much, Director Christine, together with the back end team. As the front end team, we are having fun. So continue to do the things there you are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, who we have agreed, let's agree that any of the next speakers, we are working within 25 minutes because we have a couple of presentations. When you see me standing from there, know you have 5 minutes. When I come close, time out. When I take one more step closer to you, you know that now it is totally finished. Our next speaker, who is going to share with us, about the pension sector and the strategic involvement of financial services sector players is Dr. Peter Chimboa, commonly known as PK. I know that many of us know him, but just allow me to inform you, for those that don't, that he's a leadership catalyst, a talent optimization coach, a strategist, and a governance expert. And he is a coach king, an author, and a futurist. PK was named as one of the world's most fabulous global coaching leaders in 2020 in the world of humans. Allow me to invite PK, the team leader and CEO at Summit Uganda, to come and present to us.
Good morning, everyone. You are very important people, bankers. I don't know whether there are also insurance people here and also representative of Capital Markets Authority, but I still consider that bankers are very important because they play, since the 19th century, 20th century, banks play a key role as being the geographical or geographic dispense of capital and industry around the world. You determine who will have money and who won't have money. So it's a very important role that you play in society. I want to thank Mr. Moses Ogwapus for very important presentation I found, very important insights. And one of them was around the Uganda Bankers Association and bankers meeting the Treasury every so often. And I think this would be called like quarterly accountability roundtables. One of the reasons Kenya worked so hard and succeeded, I think at that time, Mr. Mdaura, the Paul who has been here, was chief executive of Capital Markets Authority in Kenya. But one of the reasons Mr. Kibaki succeeded quite a lot during that time was that there were always those quarterly accountability roundtables between the private sector and also government. Driving what I call the culture of excellence in execution. We keep talking, and Ugandans like talking. Ugandans talk, and they write. But actually, it's very humbling to look at figures that our internet penetration is just 22%. Kenya's is 60 almost. That Kenya attracts venture capital, especially for startups, up to $197 million. And Uganda, I think it's about 2 or 5. And I'm told even some of that Kenyan take somehow. So it's a lot, it's kind of humbling in a way. But our savings rate is the East African average is around 17%, and Uganda is probably 9%. And the international average is 30%. In Peru, it goes on to 50%. So there's a lot that humbles us as Ugandans. So hearing Mr. Wapus saying, Moses, that this meeting will take place is wonderful. I'm also using and benchmarking on that some of us, the leaders in the pension sector, would want the same meeting with the bankers. Why? Because what is our job? Our job is to invest. We mobilize savings through you, the bankers. We invest the money, we pay out. We pay out through you. That's the way it works. You are the people who carry out financial literacy. You are the people who prepare these guys that to save early and save consistently is a wonderful thing. So you are the ones who do that. So we need to have also one, probably facilitated by Minister of Finance, because there are going to be issues of regulations, there are going to be issues of guidelines, there are going to be issues of creating, information, removing information asymmetry and so on. So I would like to thank Mr. Moses Ogwapus for suggesting this accountability. I also want to, first of all, thank very much Paul. Paul is a very humble guy. He's much more than what you saw here. I've known him, he didn't know me, but I've known him because I'm a teacher. When I was teaching at Strathmore Business School is when I met him, but I was reading because I spent time in Kenya. I studied in Kenya. My first work was in Nairobi. I read everything that is in the media in Kenya on a single day. I mean, every single day, everything, especially money maps and other things. So I want to thank Paul. Paul is one person we need here. I will tell you very honestly, as I was listening to Paul, I was communicating and sending messages to our investment team at the fund. And they were responding to, Uganda is being left behind. We don't have bankable proposals to attract even climate funds. 520 billion euros available as capital. About 30 is taken by Middle East, 25 by China, and so Africa, 8%. So there is a lot. We're coming together and convening, policy, and also working around convening and developing decisions around this. The Africa carbon price, yeah, that's what we have to do. We can't work alone. When China was asked, you are dealing with Africa and so on, they said yes, but you are exploiting them. They said, each person according to his currency. With the African people, when they come, there's one who has a floor price. There's one who has a. So we deal with them as they come. It's like a guy who has married several women. He deals with each one the way he wants. This one will build a house, this one will get a vehicle, and the other one a wheelbarrow, and so like that. Yeah. So what can he do? So the message here is for us to build the Africa carbon price. And you could be sure NSSF is going to pursue this relentlessly with the ministry. I am a little bit trained in this area. So I really know what the future is. We are not going backwards. No, in terms of energy transition, we are not going backwards. So I want to thank senior colleagues who have been before me for the depth of knowledge, the tools that they have shared, and especially more importantly, pointing out to the future, pointing us to the future. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's a problem. Oh, you need to fix this in your laptop so that I can move. Okay, it's okay. So where are we starting? We're starting at the time, and I want to be very quick here. I know some of you will be having some tea. When we had the COVID, what happened in COVID? There was a lockdown, and there were lessons that we picked from COVID. That although there was a lockdown, we didn't have to stand still. We still have to continue working. I'm really sorry. So COVID gave us an opportunity, a new opportunity to think about so many things. What happened in Uganda? In Uganda, 75% of the people in households did not have money to last them more than 3 months. That's when lockdown happened. What happened during COVID? What happened during COVID is that we realized that life is important, but life is short. What happened during COVID is when we realized that you need to have what they call a liquidity number, some capital reserve. You need to have an emergency fund. What did we realize again during COVID was the research done by Kenya Retirement Benefits Authority, but also Uganda Benefits Authority. And what did they find? What did they find? They found that 65% of Ugandans, and I think in Kenya, the number was a little bigger. 65% who were approaching retirement age did not have enough money, and they were not ready. The other research that was done was that during retirement, only 15 to 20% of the younger people would be willing to look after their parents, the way we are doing, our generation. So then retirement becomes key. And the financial institutions that we have become very key in terms of deepening the financial markets. And we're going to be seeing how that is going to be done. Now, I would like us to look at this diagram and look at the enablers, the capacity to save, but also the willingness to save, but also the mindset, really. The mindset driven by new products and new technologies of the bank. So enablers are banks, are financial institutions, insurance companies that sell annuities, variable annuities, and fixed annuities. So it's the banks who provide a very important conduit to the future, but also to the present. Banks are in the middle. Banks are meant to carry out awareness creation. The banks are meant to create new products and new services through technology, but also through training. Well, by the way, one of the very important areas, I'm very surprised that banks here haven't picked up, is this carbon trade and the carbon markets. The carbon markets are very important for savings. Banks organize circles. They organize what we call village savings and loan schemes. They organize youth savings. And so banks are supposed to change the culture of Uganda. I do know that most banks in Uganda are foreign, so the money is taken away. And deep down, They may not care. Because Uganda doesn't have financial institutions which are very Ugandan, except Housing Finance Bank maybe, and a bit of Sentinel. And so the rest, the money is taken away. So no one cares about our culture. How can we use culture to create capacity and willingness to save? How can somebody be age 17 without an account in a bank? How can that happen? So by the time you go to university, you have an account. By the time you graduate, there is no party, but there is a check. There is some money going to be given to you. And a banker should be nearby. There's no party without a banker. I've talked many times to bankers that when you invite you to a party, they have not invited you to eat. They have invited you to do business. So anyone graduating gets a deposit which he uses when he's age 45. And those of you who are marrying, same thing. That is tinkering with the culture to create the willingness and also the capacity to save. So that's where it starts. Start saving early. And I'll give you one truism. It's okay to be broke when you are young, but it is disastrous to be broke when you are old. The figures we have at the fund NSSF is that they are just about, I think it's about 23 trillion shillings that are in savings, assets under management. 23 trillion. NSSF is holding 21.5 of that. The rest is in UAP, Britam, and so on. But 90% of those who are saving, by the time they are age 55, the only amount of money they will collect is 10 million. And we do know that the magic of medicine and medical research is ensuring that we are going to survive until we are 80. The average lifespan is growing. So if you retire at age 55 with your 10 million, what will it do for you? 23 trillion, 21.5 NSSF is holding. 90% of those who are in NSSF, they will get away with the 10 million at age 55. And of course, the less informed by especially banks, the less informed at that time, he would want to build a supermarket with the 10 million or buy a taxi or whatever. So, and that's where the role of financial institutions come in to manage the future. Our financial institutions, especially bankers, please forgive my candor, they are mercenaries. There are many companies that have collapsed as a result of COVID because there are no relief measures. Ugandans, primitive as we are, we see collapsing of an SME as an opportunity. That's not how it's supposed to be. We are supposed to grow what we call intergenerational wealth. Banks should be interested in that as somebody saves, what is that person going to take next generation? And this brings into account here in the pension sector that we need trust laws. We need to reform our trust laws. Most people present here among us, they have buildings, they have whatever. Somebody passes on with 3 malls and 4 wives and probably a girlfriend hidden who is pregnant maybe, and a guy passes on. And when he passes on, these things in the most primitive way, they are fragmented among family members, in addition to litigation in court. And the wealth is dissipated. And we are talking about banking in Uganda. No, it's fake banking. It's actually fake. Because there is no plan for intergenerational creation. You banks should help families, especially family businesses. In Uganda, there is no association of family businesses. It should be done by banks. The Institute of Bankers should arrange what's the constitution for a family business. Okay, what about the trust laws that we must synchronize so that we mobilize and generate domestic capital? And some of your banks are foreign. What are they interested in? Domestic capital? No. But look at us. In the 60s, there were Ugandans who were wealthy. They were using banks. You can't trace them. In the 70s, it was the same. In the 80s, same. They're not there. Right now, there are many of us, especially my generation, who like cheating ourselves and living in denial. That I've got a farm in Impigi, I've got forest in Mukono, I've got rentals in Boyogerere, I've got all this is fake because they are idle assets. Banks should help and advise the customers, including insurance companies. You can liquidate the physical assets and move into financial assets. They are more reliable. Your children are studying abroad, and we are very, in Uganda, we like telling ourselves a lot of lies. And my children are in Europe, they are studying. That's a lot of popcorn. Because they are not going to be interested in your pigs in Impigi, which you call assets now. When you go to your plantation in Wobulenzi, you find the corals, your brothers have stolen the potatoes, they have stolen whatever. All that is bothering you. And when you are in retirement, where are you going to get the time to go to Wobulenzi? With the traffic jam and all those things and so on. So why don't you do the simpler job? Prepare proper retirement by ensuring that you rely a little more on the financial assets rather than the physical, especially if your children are going to be interested in that. If you are not going to be interested in that, your child is studying computer science and is working with the EU in Brussels, and you have got rentals in Kayunga and some big land, which squatters are working on. So you believe that your son is actually going to move from Brussels to come and sort out LCs and squatters in Kayunga. That's self-denial. So the pension sector here relies on you as the banks. And the pension sector, to move to the future, relies on drivers who are, I wish you could reduce the light. I can't see. Excuse me, sir. I apologize, I can't see. When you put it on me, I can't see. Would you be kind to? Yes, I don't mind being seen on television or seen. It's okay. So in the drivers, we are talking about macroeconomic conditions. We are talking about the market. We are talking about business environment. We are talking about regulations. We are talking about taxes. So when we are in the pension sector, there are about 4 factors one is looking at. As I told you, we mobilize savings. We invest and pay out. But all that to improve the future there depends on the laws, depends on the regulations, depends on the taxes, depends right now, we've been talking about carbon markets. Exactly how does that contribute to your retirement package? A lot, a lot. So we want to work with you, and that's what I would say, the pension sector with the financial institutions, quarterly meetings, to see how can we work on the drivers, a macroeconomic level, to drive retirement. That's important. For us in the sector, we are interested in 4 things. Number 1, volume of contribution. We are also interested in time. For how long are you going to keep the money there? We are also interested in the growth. Growth means really we are going to invest short-term money markets. We're going to invest mid-term, which is our bonds. And then we are also going to have what other people call balanced investment or long-term investment. So the issue is that conversation requires regulations and laws. It requires support of the government, just like we've seen with the carbon markets. Then, of course, by the way, I think Paul didn't talk about what Kenya is already earning from this partnership. But don't you see something strange? The countries that have already signed on to the future, and Uganda is missing. And for me, I've been embarrassed internationally many times. One time I was in Lagos Business School, and there was a talk by EC, Economic Commission for Africa. It was a very closed meeting. And I remember I was seated with the professor, the head of the business school, Professor Gubechi, and the one person from Ministry of Finance. So we're seated together. Then they were launching what they call NEXE, an economic grouping, a new economic grouping. NEXE stands for N is Nigeria, E is Ethiopia, K is Kenya, S is South Africa, and the E is Egypt. So I jumped up. I said, what about Uganda? There is no you. So the professor said, pick a seat down. Sit down. If your name is not at the table, it means it's on the menu. You are one of those countries which must be eaten up. So looking at the countries that Paul shared here, and Uganda is missing, and we are busy here wearing neckties and all those things and so. You know, a poor person does not wear a necktie. We are cheating ourselves. We are squeezing ourselves for nothing. We are missing on the bandwagon of the future. So we are looking at contribution growth. We are looking at time, but we are also looking at charges and fees at that stage when you are investing. Let's go to what do we want in the future. In the future, like I told you, if you have got idle assets, you have got land in PG, you have got land in Wobulenzi, work with your bank. You sell all of that because you are getting gold. So you make about $3 million. That's called the pot of gold. So that pot of gold, you bring it to an SSF because we are also moving into unit trust now. You bring it to an SSF and we agree with you the liquidity number. How much money do you need when you grow old? Which we are going to pay through the bank. And you say, I can survive on 5 or 6 million shillings every month with your wife. So your children are not there. So the 3 million is your family pot of gold, intergenerational. It will go on. The 3 or 6 million you are getting every month is the liquidity number. That's the money you need to live on comfortably until you die. Because death is the law of nature and the will of God. Without any doubt, you will die. And your children will forget you. But they won't forget the pot of gold. Because that's what is, and that's how Uganda mobilizes capital. One of the ways. And working with you as a bank. In Kenya, they have got what they call the Family Business Association. I have addressed it about 2 or 3 times. And when they hold the meeting in the Radisson Blue, I think, you find almost 1,000 people seated there. And they are seated in generations. Generation 1, Generation 2, Generation 3. Right now, all of you present here, I think you are just Generation 1. The people who have just got money for the first time. I don't think there are some of you who have inherited funds like they do elsewhere. Elsewhere, a person like you, ma'am, you will be 4th generation. You'll be 4th generation. There was money placed by your great-grandfather, pot of gold. And right now, whether you have a job or no job, you have the liquidity number. And that's the real inheritance. Those are the laws of trust laws. Good people, I would like to leave this diagram because it was meant to show the relationship between the banks and we fellas in the pension sector. The pension sector is growing. You can see the unit funds, unit trusts, they are growing. I think 20% growth. A place like UAP now is closing into 3 trillion. So there is no stopping, there is going. Paul will be part of us to just get us off our backside. So in the new world, it's not the big fish, which, no. It's the fastest. Rwanda, and even countries that you look down upon, like Mozambique. I don't even know why Ugandans will look down upon anyone, really. But they're already moving forward. I mean, they belong to the list of the future, and you are not. So we want banks and financial institutions to accelerate, consolidate, and expand connectivity, or deepen connectivity, and also converge our investments. So what is investment? I've already defined. This is exactly, I've put it in a very quick example of the pot of gold and the liquidity number. So I don't want to spend quite a lot of time here. And again, that's it really, pot of gold. This is what we work with our financial institutions. So one of the questions we will need to ask in terms of our culture and ceremony is to find out, do you have a pot of gold? And what is your liquidity number? That's a more meaningful conversation now going forward. Yes, talking about sustainable finance, yes, in the fund, right now we've got what you call investee companies. Investee companies where, like for instance, Housing Finance Bank is an investee company of NSSF, Womeme is, and so. They are required now to mainstream ESG. I think Paul mentioned it here, especially when he was talking about carbon markets, ESG, and then how mainstreamed it is in the entity where we invested, but also sustainability reporting. Because most of us report, I think now the finance people have IFRS 1, S1 and IFRS S2. It has to be complete. Why? Because looking at profit alone is greed, and greed is dead. You cannot have your company prospering in a failing society. No. We want society to prosper where you are prospering. We all know that business today, and the most profitable, but also the most elegant business, has to have purpose and profit. So when we talk about pension or pension sector, the pension sector is compliant in terms of not only the digital ecosystems, but also in terms of the green ecosystems. NSSF has got the biggest and tallest building in this town, right across here in Nakasero. It is already age compliant, which is a standard for green building. It's one of the biggest green buildings in East Africa now. So there are a number of structures now you are getting mortgage on, and you are now building, some of which you call your homes, 80 bedrooms and so, they are going to be knocked down by your children with the help of KCCA because they are not smart. So in terms of investments now, there is a lot more concern around environment, social, and governance issues. But also more importantly, observing the role of the fund through you, the bankers, insurance companies, capital markets authority. There are 5 sectors the government of Uganda is focusing on. And I think, is there anybody from DFCU? No. Okay. Yes, there is one. So I was explaining this to them. The government of Uganda wants to do the multiplier effect, multiplier force of 10, moving the GDP of Uganda from 50 billion US dollars to 500 billion. And the National Development Plan is focusing on those 5. They're actually focusing on 4, but the I is PK. I added it on. It's not part of what government of Uganda initially had conceived, or the national development. But this is where it is, that the financial institutions focus. I think, Moses, I think I've got it right, because this is your thing. Yes, the I is PK, but well, I think it has to be there. The issue here is for you bankers, financial institutions, the meetings that are going to happen quarterly with the Minister of Finance is about what is the latest information, because our biggest challenge is information asymmetry. What's the latest information in terms of agriculture? We are proposing to Minister of Finance. Now, I want to put on my other cap as a consultant. We are proposing to the head of cabinet, secretary to cabinet, and Minister of Finance, that every 3 months, we have a session where agriculture people, all the key players in the private sector, sit the other side. And the government officials who are involved in agriculture, none of them below the level of director or commissioner. The commissioner, the director, that's it. And then up. And then questions are asked, latest information, the latest trends, their implications, the economy, especially for the target of 500 billion. And then the private actions you are working on, and also the risks they're in and how you are treating them. Not mitigating, but treating them. So these are key for the banks. How are you contributing to this? Then with the ESG and sustainable financing, I think I've already talked about that when we talk about the drivers of our relationship between the pension sector and financial services or financial institutions, really we are focusing on ESG mainstreaming and also sustainability reporting. And remember, with sustainability reporting, there is a lot to be gained. We get money off our balance sheet through being compliant in sustainability. How many banks, how many institutions present here have a verified and validated ESG strategic plan? Okay. We are talking about the champions, those who defend legacies of the past, and those who are defending legacies of the future. Now, the real money is actually in the ESG ecosystem. And for us who are dealing with the retirees, we are waiting for banks to work with us so that the retirees have diversified outcomes in their investment. We want the retirees to achieve 4 main outcomes. They must beat inflation. They must also hedge against liabilities. Number 3, there must be income, that liquidity number I was talking about. And number 4, there has to be growth. Their assets can be growth assets or can be what you call matching assets. Matching is just to make it. Growth is you see more money coming in. So as we close, I don't want to get into this area. I'm a student of this area, but I think Paul has done justice to it, that when we are diversifying the outcomes, retirement outcomes, this is a new area that we want to focus. So I'm not going to get into this. I just want to try and close my presentation that banks should work with us on the following 10 areas. We should work with you in the following 10 areas. Financial education, especially number 2, mindset change. Mindset change. And of course, the other one are the micro pension schemes, which you are working with in the informal sector. I am also a director in the private sector foundation. Private sector foundation, we've got almost 340 business associations. And they are in the informal sector. They don't feel bound to save. Now, I was looking at the figures of banks. Somebody in Housing Finance Bank, they're almost closing into 100 billion. And that was great. I found them and they were celebrating. I asked them, what are you celebrating? PK, can't you see? You must be a madman, you PK. We have just made it. Wait a minute. I went to Centenary. They made 290 something. They said we are also celebrating. So I asked them, really? Who is stealing your money? They said, who can steal our money? We've just made 290 billion. I said, no. Have you looked at the figures of MTN and Airtel? So how come? For every time I transact in a bank, every transaction I make, why doesn't the bank keep for me what similar to thank you points? Keep for me a social protection margin. And at the end of the year, in December, first week of December, Housing Finance Bank tells me, on your social protection account, you have so much. And I wasn't even aware. And then the insurance company comes in and says, we are going to give you premium of 100,000 next year. So the fact that I'm working with Housing Finance Bank, I'm even getting a bigger basket of benefits around that. So that's a kind of informal sector and what you can do. Government support and incentives, obviously. Moses is here. Moses is government, by the way, right now. So he's the government. So we need support in terms of taxes. When we buy financial instruments, securities, are we going to pay taxes? Or what do we get? How is that going to be treated? How is that going to be treated? I heard here Paul say, when you have constructed a green building, there should be incentives. Of course, there should be. They should be. So depending on your green report, as supported by the bank. Then we have technology. Technology is the banks. I don't know how many banks have got Strategy Profiler, which is an app that enables you to see most of your savers, how well are they doing, whether they are stuck or progressing or not. So this is technology execution with most of our savers. And for those of you who are in some schemes and so on, you really need to know what kind of progress you are making. Now, tailoring financial services for the pension investors, I've talked about this a lot, but this is just the summary. Number 3 is innovative pension products. Innovation. If I'm saving anywhere in a pension scheme, I need that to cover my education and also my health. I come from Rotary Club. And one of the things we've discussed in the Rotary Club is that when somebody falls sick, we should stop this habit of collecting money. And somebody is being taken to India, then they collect money. People are collecting money all over. Can we create a saving scheme and work with a bank and make sure that even the little money that is on your social protection account has got insurance? Because if you get a premium of 200,000 a year, critical illness will be covered up to 15 million. And if you die, it's 50 million. You don't disturb anyone. If your premium, your activities in the bank have been very high, and your premium now is 1 million every year, when you die, it's 150 million. The insurance companies are not here, but this is what it is. So when banks work with the pension sector and insurance companies, we can do a little more in what we are working on. So number 9 is incentivize the savings, especially with the charges and taxes. I would like, I hope, we establish, I'm going to ask the Institute of Bankers. We need a family business association in Uganda, and all banks should be there. And the whole thing is, this is a savings, whatever. We want an MOU between the banks and insurance companies to link operations of the bank with the customers, with insurance coverage, and link with also pension sector. So we have a tripartite arrangement. I hope Minister of Finance will be able to help us to support this. Now, the culture, I have talked about culture a lot more times, and people have argued with me, others have abused me, others have said whatever. I have still insist. We as Ugandans, we suffer from a lot of addictions. We call them in psychology additional sickness. That means you love so much what is destroying you. So you cannot have a celebration of Kwanjula when there is no money element. You cannot have a marriage when there is no money element. So how do you get married to a fellow who has no pot of gold? Either the pot of gold he inherited or the one he has created. What are you marrying? It is called the seductive embrace of mediocrity. It's seductive. It's so seductive. So you fall in love with a man without roots. No pot of gold, no nothing, no NSSF number, absolutely nothing. So cultural awareness and culture is very important because it is in the mindset. I can see some of you who are already annoyed, especially those who married without these arrangements. But that is the future now. As I close, communities and the groups in the communities, this should be my last slide, to create financial well-being. You as banks are interested in those 4. We in the pension sector, we would want a deep pipeline with you. That village savings groups under PDM and all other groups of the youth. There are many things the youth in Uganda can do, but I'm not going to go into that. This is a conversation between Prime Minister's Office, Minister of Finance, and the KCCA moving out there. What can the youth do? We have a complete paper. In Uganda, we can't have the situation which was in Nairobi because we have an opportunity to get the youth off their backside. And that's where banks come in. And the banks have a big role to play when this conversation comes up in the Ministry of Finance. I thank you very much for listening to me.
You must be a bold MC to tell PK to stop. PK, I thank you very much for listening to me. Can we give PK another big clap? Now, because we've lost a lot of time and the information that is being shared is critical, Commissioner, I'm going to request these people to clap for you again, and I tell you why. Commissioner, the reason is very simple. Usually when we call you, you'll come here, present your paper. After reading your notes, you'll say you are very busy, and then you leave us. But for you, you have dropped all the things that you have to do to be here with us. So thank you very much. We will take 2 burning questions, 2, strictly 2. Now, this business of hearing a question, then you say, even me now, mine has come out of that. I'm not allowing. Because we really pressed on time. 2 burning questions for PK, and then we can be able to proceed. Do we have any 2 burning questions? Okay. We have one from the CEO of the Institute, and I think that is it. Thank you very much. As the microphone is moving to the CEO, PK, allow me to inform you that some of the arrangements you've talked about, where we create collaborations and partnerships at the Institute, what we call the BAFSAM campaign, that is the Banking and Financial Services Awareness Month. We've already tried to bring banks together to make sure we do financial literacy drives. We brought insurance companies in there, capital markets players and pensions, and we've started on that journey. So when you mention that, I think it's very critical that we continue with such success stories. Yes, correct.
Thank you very much, Governor PK. Thank you so much for that presentation. What I like about it is that it has not only given us technical knowledge, but I think it has also set us thinking about ourselves. And I think that's additional value for everybody here. It's a simple question. All the things that you've proposed are good, beautiful, particularly the collaboration that we are talking about. So for me, my question is, have you yet found any roadblocks so that even as you challenge us as the Institute to go to think through these things, you can tell us you are likely to find this challenge? Are there challenges that you have found, or is it that it's a virgin conversation we are going to start?
Well, I think the challenge I have found is that I think the challenge is more about acceleration and consolidation, because there are things you are doing well, which is very good. So let's accelerate and then consolidate. But I think we need to expand too. We need to expand and deepen what we are doing. When I look at the figures of the SMEs that are collapsing, I keep asking myself why. Is it because Ugandans don't like money? Or probably they don't know, or there's something wrong. There's something wrong in the banking sector. There's something missing in terms of the regulatory framework. A man called Jeff Bezos, who is supposed to be the wealthiest man in the world, was asked when he was about to retire. And the journalists who asked him were very cheeky. They asked him, "Are you the person who chairs the board?" Jeff Bezos says, "Yes, I do." And the board has 17 eminent personalities, former secretaries in the government, admirals, and PhD fellows and professors. So they asked him, "You are a college dropout, aren't you?" Jeff Bezos says, "Yes, I am." Then ask him, "How do you chair meetings of such people? And you people spend a whole day in meetings. What do you tell them?" Jeff Bezos says, "I don't tell them anything. No, my job as a chair of a board is not to tell people." They ask him, "What do you do then?" He says, I ask. So when you see SMEs failing to pay their loans, to pay whatever and so on, you want to ask yourself the questions that Jeff Bezos mentioned. Jeff Bezos said, I ask one question. Number one, what are we missing? Because if we are failing, what are we missing? Number two, what is our next opportunity? If we are succeeding so much, like Amazon is succeeding hugely, he says, what would be our next opportunity in spite of our success? The third question he asked is, what support do you need from me? Because Jeff Bezos is a money man. So what support do you need? Now, you need to look at those three questions. And I ask them frequently myself as the chair of a board. In spite of your intelligence, in spite of your wonderful graphs and projections you've made, is there something missing? And I think Uganda Institute will need to confront that. How many businesses are collapsing? And the hands of bankers, PhD people, I think they are full in this room. PhD, very intelligent people, very incisive. Why are the SMEs collapsing? Why are we missing on the list of the futurists, which was here, which Paul shared? Uganda was missing, in spite of our so many degrees and so many universities. Why? What are we missing? Two, what is our next opportunity? And then what support do we need from Moses Ogwapusi, the government, to help us? Thank you very much.
Speaker, thank you very much. I want to invite, there are a number of sponsors for this conference, and I'll be picking one by one in no particular order. But allow me start with one of the latest members at the Institute of Banking and Financial Services who joined us recently, and that is Wazalendo. I will not, once I say Wazalendo, I'll expect the senior staff. So for example, if there is an officer and the manager, officer don't come, let the manager do what? Because unless you agree, because I do not know the hierarchies at the institution, but I'll mention the institution and the most senior or the agreed comes and really appreciates. So allow me, PK, to invite one of our latest members at the Institute, Wazalendo, to come and appreciate you for your time and contribution in knowledge. They are whispering to each other. Who is here? Can I go? So this is Wazalendo time. So any staff of Wazalendo, feel free. So you usually shake hands with PK. You shake hands and you get an official photo. Very good. Chief, join in. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to proceed. And like we said, our next speakers within 25 minutes. We've agreed with our next speaker to use exactly that or even less. Allow me just briefly inform you that one of the key takeaways from what PK has presented was a statement, seductive embrace of mediocrity. We need to all make sure that we tell those who are in need of the information to follow accordingly. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, who is going to talk about the ESG framework, its implementation, and practical perspectives from where she stands, but also from the institution she serves, is Kathy. And Kathy has 18 years of managerial and executive advisory experience across private and public sector. She is a sustainability expert responsible for implementing ESG priorities at Stanbic Bank Uganda. She is an executive, she is an excellent communicator and a team leader. Can we join our hands and welcome Kathy?
Thank you very, very much. All right. It's already afternoon, actually. So good afternoon to everybody. Good to see you all. But this hasn't happened yet. Okay. I do have a presentation. So maybe before we begin, let me introduce myself once again. So Kathy Adengo, I head sustainability for Stanbic Bank in Uganda. Looking at the subject, which is about implementing sustainability strategies, I'm going to make this a bit more interactive because we're bankers in the room, insurers in the room. So I'll start with a couple of pop quizzes. There might be some prizes so that we can see how the knowledge on sustainability is working around the room. I'd like to see some of the banks who are with us in the journey of creating the Uganda Bankers Association ESG framework. Put your hands up. Yeah, I'm sure you're all here. I see, yes, housing finance, I see. Fantastic. So let's first start with one simple question. As the team look for my presentation, I would like to know, how many of you know the difference between sustainability and ESG? Who can answer that right now? The distinctive difference? Or do you think it's the same thing? Yeah, where's the person with the microphone? I'd like a volunteer. The difference between sustainability and ESG. And who'd like to even frame it in the world of finance? There's a hand over there.
Thank you. My name is Peran Katugume. I work at Pride Microfinance.
Good.
I think that ESG is just a framework, one of the frameworks for sustainability.
Yes.
Yeah. And to put it in banking, I think ESG, you need to look at the whole of it. Like you need to look at, is the governance speaking to the environment? Is the environment speaking to the social factors that are affecting our customers, in this case for banking? Thank you.
Okay, fantastic attempt. Should we try one more person? Maybe with gender balance. I'd like a gentleman. Who can actually explain the difference? We have a gentleman there.
Thank you.
Mhm.
ESG generally, you're looking at the environmental and social aspects in terms of responsibilities
Yes.
of how the financial institution, for example, a corporation, is impacting in terms of impacting the environment, impacting the people, and probably also the governance side. Whereas sustainability, you're looking at this development where you're doing things in the way that you can meet your needs currently without impacting the future generations from also meeting their needs.
That is fantastic. A round of applause for both. I promise I'll send you your sweets and chocolates. Yes. Okay. So let's begin. On the next slide, I'm just going to talk through a couple of things. Let's look at the agenda. I'm going to talk about sustainability strategies and what they actually are there to do, and then how it links back to banking frameworks. Oh, thank you. Excellent. How this is going to link back to the financial sector and why we have a Uganda Bankers Association framework and what that means for all of us. Stanbic has been implementing sustainability for a few years now, so it's timely that the banking sector framework is now in place. But I'll speak to how implementation actually looks like. It's a journey, and I want everybody to understand that it's a journey. It's a journey, and you'll see why some patience is required as we take this journey. So, of course, sustainability is hinged on three pillars. For those who aren't aware, environment, economic sustainability, and social. So when we talk about the environment, I hope we know what we're trying to achieve here. And for most people, they struggle to understand how it connects with banks. But then I'm going to try and make sure that through our conversation, where the financial institutions come in and then the clients we finance, and the impact that these clients can have on what we're trying to do to achieve sustainability, environmental sustainability come in. But what are we talking about? We're talking about ensuring that we achieve a couple of goals. We do know there's a climate change issue, we have environmental issues. Everything that we should be doing should be contributing to reducing the greenhouse gases. This is why you're seeing all the conversations on climate change, COP27, COP28, all these different conference of party meetings, the Paris Agreement that was put in place, the carbon markets conversations we're talking about, all of these are initiatives that contribute to that. Social sustainability, what are we trying to aim with that? It's one thing that most people ignore, the link between environment and social, but I keep telling people, if you think about why the three pillars are important, and I like using food because everybody likes food here, and then linking it back to some important things. But you know, you can't have a thriving society if you have people who are hungry. Have you ever tried, let them try not to serve us breakfast and see how long we last. But once you have a society that is hungry, yeah, you're going to have an issue. And normally, if you have a food security issue, you're going to have an economic issue. They're all linked. And why I'm giving this as an example and why we need to be concerned about the environment, the link to social and economics, one of our biggest and most fundamental sectors in Uganda is what? Thank you. And the more we keep talking about the previous point, the environment, can you imagine the day that you and I can't have access to matoke and tomatoes? Simply because the weather patterns are changing. But do you know who are very critical in the agriculture sector? They're our clients, the people we're funding. And they are taking huge amounts of loans just to make sure that we are fed. Or large companies that need large produce are actually provided with what they need. I like giving the example of Uganda Breweries. I know it's too early, but Uganda Breweries requires input that the agriculture sector has to be growing, the grain, the this, etc. If they don't have that input due to changes in climate, we have an industry that can be impacted and a whole entire company that's one of the top tax contributors impacted by this one thing called climate change and what it does. And why I keep going back to food and people is that hungry people are not something that we want to have, right? And by doing that, it affects your financial, it affects your finances as a company, as a bank, because all these people are on your credit portfolios. So it's very important to note. And then how it links back to people is that at the end of the day, in order for the sector, let's use agriculture as an example. In order for that sector to thrive, it's because we are using those goods, we're using those products. We have to consume the food in order for us to stay well. But if you have people, if we're not standing to ensure that certain policies are giving people access to basic things, whether it's healthcare, education, food, whatever it might be, it becomes a concern. That's why social sustainability, together with gender, etc., all of that is key in how we undertake sustainability, and then it quickly links to the next one. I think I'm pointing in the wrong direction. Economic sustainability. So this key pillar is pretty much our bread and butter, which is why we exist. Like I think PK said earlier, we have the power to influence the way countries move, the way people move. We sign off money, access to capital. As much as we don't recognize it, we're the most powerful people in the nation, which is why we have to ensure that we are responsible for the growth and the success of what we're doing to maintain financial sustainability. These pillars come together to make sure that we have a thriving Uganda and Ugandans. So what are we trying to achieve with this? Is that we're trying to make sure, I don't know where to point anymore. We're trying to make sure that, that we're achieving these goals by fostering social and economic inclusion, technology innovation, through dedicated investments that promote that transparency of governance, public awareness and education for what economic sustainability means. But let's talk about it in real practice. So if you notice where this all comes from is from the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. We are all contributing to this as nations around the world. How the private sector comes in is that we're dealing with tackling a lot of these issues, from reducing poverty, zero hunger, health. We're contributing to financing health, the healthcare sector, the education sector. We're promoting gender equality. It's good to see the women in the room. There was a time when finance didn't really have women, and we still clap when we get a female CEO in 2024. Yes, but we've progressed. We've moved very far, but we're still, even as a globe, in terms of progress against these SDGs, we're still a long way to go. Equality, whatever it might be, all of this, even what we're doing with climate action and we're talking about today, we still have a long way to go. But what are the roles of banks in this whole entire conversation? Sorry, the font is very, very tiny, but I'm going to just speak to why sustainability strategies come in, and then segue to this thing called ESG, because they're fundamentally two different things. A sustainability strategy is there to help you as an organization, and in this case, you'd be a bank, to agree in those three areas: social, economic, and environmental. What are your commitments that you're going to implement and your areas of focus that will help you achieve a positive impact that is driving economic development, social impact, and environmental impact in a positive way? That's really why you need a strategy. The strategies are not born overnight because it impacts your commercials. Remember, you're not doing gender equality and women economic empowerment products because you feel like it. No, we're contributing to actual positive change, addressing the issues on SDGs, addressing economic concerns. An example of women economic empowerment is important because we know the problems that we've been having for women having access to finance. IFC have shown us the studies. This is why the banks are creating propositions just for women, so that we get more inclusion for women in the financial access to finance as a whole. So when you agree your interventions, sorry, this is not clear, but we will circulate this. You have to agree your focus areas, and I'm sharing what Stanbic has committed. We said from a social impact perspective, the things that are linked to the Ugandan national development priorities. Youth education, we're going to be in there. What will we do? We're going to ensure that we create affordable financing for young people, products that they need, whether it's to help them through education or to help them as SMEs doing business. We said we will start those interventions, and we began. The other is ensuring accessible and affordable finance for schools, both private and government. Our book so far has about 64 billion, and that's what we've committed, and we're going to keep going. Why? We need to improve access to quality education. If banks don't intervene to support the education sector's growth, we are not helping that progress. So we have our commitments. Same thing with health. We're in the healthcare sector. We're still trying to push. It's not as good as where we want to be, but we know that without good access to healthcare for you and me, If we're not participating in that space, then what are we doing? We're not creating the positive impact. Economic, which is what we know we do, there's some things fundamental to creating change in Uganda. SMEs and supporting their growth. Agriculture, women economic empowerment, infrastructure. We're heavily a partner with government on infrastructure development. We know what it means. Integrated renewable energy, that's where we're going to. But we've made those commitments because we said we're going to lend and ensure we're boosting. The new areas of focus are going to see things around climate resilience, which is why you'll hear about sustainable finance products. But for banks, for us to create that, which is also a key pillar in the banking sector framework, is we need to be clear about how we're modeling for these sustainable finance products to be introduced into the banks. We have committed to this. We're moving forward with that one. The same with impact funding, which brings amazing partners like ABI, who have been working with us to create whether it's blended finance options or basically trying to find ways to make it cheaper for us to be able to lend on areas that are addressing climate change. So this introduction of partnerships is going to be important, especially supporting climate smart agriculture. But linked to that doesn't stop us from ensuring that we're doing corporate social investments that boost this. Now, at the bottom, which you can't see, is the ESG side. But let me just quickly move because I'm cognizant. I don't want to be pushed off the off the podium. So when it comes to the ESG, like the gentleman mentioned and the lovely lady at the back, it's a framework that is used to assess business practices and their performance against what you said you're going to do. This bit. If you've made these commitments, you better be making progress so that it is measured. Your policies, your systems, the way you operate, your governance, your board structures are critical. So when we now link it back to why do we have the banking sector, these are examples of different banks. I gave examples so you could see. The structure of your governance has to make sure that you're implementing it. And it has to start from the top, from the board of directors. How you structure it is up to you because there's guidance, but I've given examples of different ways in which, from a governance perspective, ESG is embedded in the thought process and implemented through the organization, whether from the risk management perspective or looking at the opportunities. For Stanbic, this is how the oversight is. There is a unit that was created. I'd like to know, do all the banks have a sustainability unit now? Trust me, your CEO will approve the budget. This is your time. Do we all have sustainability units? Yeah, I hope so, because I don't want to hear this thing of the HR is double hatting, because I found out about that one. Please, guys, don't mix up the two. This is of strategic importance. It has to be created and elevated to a level of both EXCO, which is the guidance which you've seen from the banking sector. The units have to be elevated at strategic and commercial decision making. You're not just playing a role of making things look good. And unfortunately, that's the risk there. You want to look good in public, but you don't understand the commercial implications of what you're trying to do. Please, these roles have to be created. That's what implementation takes. You need to have a team. You need the CEOs in the room. Please approve the budgets for the teams to work and actually get the initiatives done. So that's what implementation takes. You're going to need governance frameworks, environmental and social management systems. You're going to need a policy. You're going to need a standard. You're going to have to be assessing risks through your lending, because the people we're lending to might be creating these environmental harms, or the opportunities for what we lend to create more positive impact from that, from the green financing line of things. But the biggest impact from our environmental and social perspective is the people we're lending to are the ones creating some risk to some degree. And you have to have this embedded in your processes. So that is fundamental. So what does that mean in terms of how it all links together? I think let me just skip to why there's momentum. Does everyone understand now why there's a lot of momentum globally around pushing for ESG to be in organizations? Whether we like it or not, people are concerned about the climate. It's a sustainability agenda. It's very critical. Investors are asking. Even your own staff want to be associated with a responsible company. Yeah, no one wants to be behind somebody who is taking over a swamp. The other thing is standards and frameworks globally. Yeah, globally, there is best practice on what it means to be a sustainable organization, and these things are going to be pushed through regulation, as you're seeing. And we're very proud that, you know, Bank of Uganda, Ministry of Finance are actually looking at all these frameworks to help us align and have best practice and actually execute to make a difference. You've seen regulation come through. Nigeria has theirs, Kenya has theirs. We're starting our journey. I just gave a couple of examples. I think Tanzania does as well. And now Uganda. There are 4 pillars that we're going to be implementing, making sure that governance framework I told you must happen. That's pillar 1. Ensuring you're creating sustainable finance opportunities. That's pillar 2. ESG risk management, like I mentioned, is very important, and reporting and disclosures. Reporting is very fundamental, except most people struggle with that. This is an example of a sustainability and ESG report. Stanbic has been issuing this since last year, so this is our second one. We have it as PDF because we want to save the environment, very few print copies, is that the reporting part becomes very influential for not only reporting back to the regulator on your commitments, because it's your commitments you have to report back to society. Our report is called a report to society. We are responsible for making sure we report back accurately what we've been doing and are accountable to society for what we said we're going to commit to. We must transparently create these disclosures so you understand the implications of what we're doing in society, but also where we are falling short, we also declare. So if we have made sure, and that's the importance of transparent reporting, even while you follow those standards. We follow the Global Reporting Index, which is at the back. For the technical people who are doing the work, it's at the back of the book. You'll see why these disclosures are important. You can get certification to ensure you learn how to report according to this guidance. This is important for the regulator. It's also important for anybody like an investor. So this is now the real work, but the real work can only happen once you have actually committed as an organization, implemented the initiatives. If you said you're going to start working on women economic empowerment lending, your product needs to be approved, your guidelines need to be approved, and you're actually doing the lending. You will report year on year according to the progress against those initiatives. If you're going to support green business, please report which businesses are you supporting. Are they renewables? Are they solar companies? Are they biomass energy companies? That's what's very, very critical. Yeah. So this report, fundamental to people implementing, because at the end of the day, it will be required not only for you to be accountable to yourselves as an organization, but it's also good practice that you understand whether you're making progress or not. Because this report will help you identify where your gaps are. So that's very, very critical. So I think to close, I believe I have reached my ending. Why is this important from the financial sector? We have to be building sustainable economies. We have to be contributing to Uganda's national development. We are financial institutions who have said have the power to do so. We can transform society. We can make that change. We are the ones with the ability to ensure that the capital required is deployed to help social, economic, and environmental impact in a positive way for Ugandans. So I think I will end there. I had wanted to share that, so you'll be able to see that in your own time. And then those were just some of the statistics in terms of impact numbers of things that we're doing. So in terms of education loans, et cetera, and all of that, but that's quite fundamental to everyone. So in terms of implementation, that's what it takes. And I believe that we are on a journey for some banks, depending on your level. It's important to create that roadmap that is clear as to what it would take to get to this level of implementation and reporting. You're going to need your executive management buy-in. You're also going to need budgets that go with it. I was very fortunate, of course, for Stanbic Bank, the board members to the EXCO completely believe and understand why this is fundamental. That's why it was prioritized. So creating the unit, creating the activities, working with the different teams, you're going to work very closely with your business teams. The credit team are going to be your best friends because they're going to challenge you. I'm the one who's there going, cheaper loans for women. And they're like, no, profitability. I'm like, but then we have to find that balance. Remember, we're trying to create the positive impact while achieving our commercial objectives. It's not because you want to make losses. No, but we need to do it smart. And in the end, the investments you make now will pay off in the future. So I think I'll conclude there. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions. I go. Okay.
I would like to sincerely apologize that I have caused fear in the presenters. I feel like when I stand up, I am harassing them. So I'd like to sincerely apologize on behalf of the organizers. But because the level of information that we want to share and the program is intense, we want to also make sure that we manage that because we are aware that many of you have a lot of engagement, so we don't want to keep you here longer. And the different speakers that also come in are coming with a specific program because a couple of engagements are also in question depending on the institutions they serve. Kathy, thank you very much for painting the picture on sustainability. I am going to ask the audience to give 2 burning questions to save on time, and also request that Centenary Bank or other sponsor prepares as someone who will come to speak English to Kathy to say thank you. Kathy, just to inform you, yesterday we talked about collaboration between the players, yes, partnerships rather than competition. And that's why I'm trying to. Clearly, Kathy has spoken well. I don't see any hand that is burning. So I request that we have one here. Okay. Please.
Thank you. Just one question about reporting and in regards to disclosures, how often do you do that? Is it like an annual report or are you doing it quarterly to your stakeholders? Then secondly, if I were to prepare an integrated report, would that suffice or it is more meaningful when I separate the reports? Thank you.
Actually, it's absolutely fine to do an integrated report. That's very possible, as long as you've got it structured in line with probably the IFRS reporting standards. You'll be able to structure an integrated report. It's fine. It's actually how we started. So that's okay. Then secondly, for Stanbic, because we're a listed entity, we are required by regulation anyway. We have an annual general meeting. We have to release our annual results once a year and then the sustainability report once a year. So that's why we issue that. However, it doesn't stop you from doing what they call those quarterly updates that you can give to the market, that you can provide your updates on your sustainability performance if you require, if you need to. Yeah, but annually for a full report like that, but also the time it takes to consolidate all the data across the bank is hard. So yeah.
So can I invite the representative from Centenary Bank, one of our sponsors for the conference, to come and appreciate. Kathy, you have taken it by yourself. Kathy, you're so quick. There's no time. There's no time at all. People, I think the choice is clear. If you are clapping, let's clap. Thank you very much, Kathy, and thank you very much, our representative from Centenary Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a commissioner, is a geophysicist. He works with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. He has an interesting name that is sweet. And when I mention it, you'll be aware. Can we welcome Mr. Malinga Hani to come and speak to us? Malinga, use the same fear that I put in Kathy to know that within 20 minutes, if you see me standing, let that fear apply.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm coming into as a danger substitute. I think on the first program, we had the minister, but we all know that they are out of town. And secondly, I think we had an old invitation. We thought it was in Serena, not Sheraton. So we had some issues. Mine is going to be just a simple update on extractives. And we all know where we are coming from. We all know what extractive is, but I'll try to add more light on it. I'm a commissioner, having been acting director for 7 years. At times I call myself acting director emeritus, so that I get that honor. I manage that portfolio. How do you manage this? What is my presentation? As a means of energy enablement, one to associate ourselves with this kind of engagement. Energy is among the capital intensive ministries all over. You find ourselves, we have minerals, we have energy, and we have the petroleum, for the case of Uganda. When it comes to extractives, as a region, the PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Okay. No. That's Enoch. Has no header, it's just a simple one. The PowerPoint, or you're using PDF. The PowerPoint. Can I command? Allow me as that in the next 20 minutes, that is supposed to leave at least morning. I'm going to close with the expression. So if you're among the participants that are going to go to the national park, together with Springfield, and make sure that you go right to the table where finalize the details, where feel free to go by. Allow me also to inform you that the aspect of that may apply, not apply to everyone. Yeah, thank you very much. When we talk of extractives, we are referring to the geology. And when we talk about geology, it is billions and billions of years. At times people talk of climate change. Some of us who did some bit of geoscience, we know that this thing has been cyclic. One time we had ice age. One time this world was burnt. That's why sometimes you find those red bands. That means that one time the temperature went beyond. So me as an individual, I say yes, it is there. It might not be from fossil fuels, might be from other places. We all know that we have tried to associate the increase in temperature to the population. We take in oxygen, we put out carbon dioxide. We are also contributing, though some people think it is only fossil fuels. So when we talk of extractives, we look at this map, that is the East African geological map of 1954. Some of us, sorry, what's happening? Some of us have seen this type of rocks. Those exposures show you that one time those rocks were covered, but now they have been exposed. That means there was sedimentation. So in the process of sedimentation, the light rocks went away, forming basins, and those ones which remained are there. Now, for us who are in your science world, we don't talk of stones. So if you go to list and start talking of stones, you might be condemned. We talk of rocks. A rock has a mineral. When you talk of a rock, it has what? A mineral. So a mineral has what? Value. So that type of a rock, you might find you can use it for extracting maybe iron ore. You can also use it for maybe making roads, tarmac, and other things. What's happening? Which side? Oh, sorry. I'm behaving like I'm not a scientist. Oh, okay. Institutional framework for the extractives. My brother here, Guapus, I think, under NDP4, petroleum and minerals, and the minerals is going to be one program. So we have been struggling to get what's the common name. And the name is, we are proposing to be Sustainable Extractive Industry Program. And it's good I've heard Adengo talking about what is a sustainable. So when you talk of sustainable, you know, you're talking of environment, you're talking of social and other governance issues. So this one is how the petroleum structure or sub-program is structured. We have the policy arm, which is the ministry, policy and licensing. We have the regulator, that's the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and we have the commercial arm, the Uganda National Company. Likewise, for the mineral, we are creating the same. We have the ministry, which is going to be responsible for licensing, promotion and licensing. We have decided to have a regulator within the ministry. Either it will be a division. The lot is a department, but because of the restructuring, they're making a division. Then we're also creating a commercial arm. It's going to be a national company, which will be handling mineral business on behalf of government. So this is the structure. We have different sets of minerals around the region. What you see in Kenya, we might be seeing part of it in Uganda and part of it in Tanzania. The issue is we share the same geology. When you talk of the African continent, we have the Ethiopian plate, we have the East African plate. They created a lot of forces, and in the process, we generated minerals. Now, when it comes to Uganda, and Uganda, that's oil and gas, we have 6 basins. The Albertine Graben, which is a result of the rifting, the East African rifting system. We have the Hoima Basin. It's among the old basins because there is a theory that one time that place was flat, but when the West African arm of the rift system started, there was that warping. So it went up, I mean, it was submerged, whereas the rifting took place. Then we have the Choga Basin, which most of us know, if you're Ugandan, that's the flat place. Even as you go to Mbale, those swamps you see in Tiringi, those areas of then we have the Kadamoroto Basin, Mount Elgon, and the Mount. Then we have Lake Wamala. One time somebody said, I think this man doesn't want to promote Uganda. Actually, Lake Wamala was a very big lake, but if you go now, you don't even see it. 1997, it was really a big lake, but I think with climate change, it has disappeared, or it is disappearing. Then we have the Victoria Basin, which is quite big, but it has younger sediments. Continue. Now, what is the status of oil and gas in Uganda? Before I can tell you what we are today, I just want to give you a brief highlight. Where have we been? In the 1920s, there was a study done by a white geologist when he found people in Kiviro using oil as medicine, those oil seeps. For him, he knew that this is oil, but the people there knew it was what? It was medicine. So he documented. Then we had the studies. Then in 1938, 39, there was a well which was drilled. So for those who will be going to Vulisa, when you leave Biso, as you descend to the valley, you will see Butiaba Port. But between the escarpment and Butiaba Port, you will see something like an anticline or a hill. When you're on the top, you see as if it is a dome, but if you go down there, it is flat. So the first well was drilled there because of the strategy, and not the stratigraphy. So when they drilled, the oil shores were discovered, but they were not commercial. After that, we had uncertainty in the late 60s, 70s, and the 80s. But why did we pick again interest in the 80s? It was because of Iraq-Iran war. We all know that is fighting. The Western world decides, let us go to Africa and venture and find out if they have what? Oil resources. So Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Liberia, you mentioned it, we all benefited from the finances, the World Bank. So in 1983-84, we did the first survey, aeromagnetic survey between Uganda and DRC, which identified the depot centers. Oil is generated from dead animals and plants, buried million years. So if you die today and we give you some good million years, you might become what? A source rock. You might become oil. So when people say we don't want oil, that's that. So after those surveys were done, we equipped the ministry or the department, and we were able even to do further studies. So we worked very hard to attract investors to come and take a risk. Why is it called a risk? You come and do a survey, you put your money, we shall share when you start producing. Before that, we don't want to take a risk. That's why we have production sharing agreements. So it is until 2006 is when we made a commercial discovery. And how did that commercial discovery come up? The reason was that at first, the company had put a lot of effort on Lake Albert. But you see on Lake Albert, for you to drill on the lake, you need to have some good data as far as water waves are concerned, the winds, and also you have to import equipment so that you can have a badge which can sustain a rig. So eventually we told them, why don't you drill on the land? And in 2006, when they drilled on the land, they made the first discovery. Since then, things changed. And that's why now we are talking of different status. So after the discovery in 2006, appraisal wells were drilled. Application for production were made. And as Ugandans, we made sure that our interests were catered for. It took us like 4 years discussing what we call field development plans. You know, when you look at field development plans, the science is there, the economics is there, and other things, even the politics. So it is until we agreed is when we issued the production licenses. Now the production licenses go with development and production. So as we talk now, what is on the ground is development, putting the required infrastructure. Let us not be like those colleagues of ours, particularly members of parliament, who said that the oil has been already produced. We have never produced oil in commercial quantities. Those are the current status. We have 5 exploration licenses. UNOC is one of them. We have 2 under Oranto. We have 1 under Ama Energy. and we have one under DGR. Then for the production licenses, we have two for Kingfisher and for Telenga. But within those production licenses, we have different fields as indicated. You continue. Now, for us to be able to get value out of this resource, what is required? We agreed that we should have, at first there were three outlets. One was to have crude to power, just fire crude and get power. The second one was from crude to a refinery, and the other one was crude for export. Now, crude for export is what we call ECOP, and it is being taken forward by the international companies. Whereas for refinery, it has remained as government. And when you go to, I don't know either you go to Kingfisher as part of your trip. Before you go to Kingfisher, we have where we're putting an airport. There is a part of it, there's going to be a refinery, and there's also going to be an industrial park. So that's a part of what government is planning. And there's also a product pipeline from Hoima to Mpigi. The plan is that when we have refined the products, we should be able to transport that product to Kampala for market. You continue. Now, this is the roadmap for the first oil. In 2022, we announced that come 2025, we shall be able to have the first oil in commercial quantities. So we have Kingfisher production license, which was issued in 2012. We have the Telenga production licenses were issued in 2016. We have done the feed for both Kingfisher and Telenga. Environment, social impact assessments have been done. When people come and say we are doing things without these studies, these things have been done, and with a lot of high standards. We have gone ahead to start putting the required infrastructure after the final investment decision was made in 2022, February. Now, all this needs banking. We need finances. Like it or not, we need finances. These are mega projects. So as companies are struggling, as government is struggling to make sure that we get the first oil, we shall need you to come on board. And we have also heard from you that with the issue of environment, social governance, you can still support the wananchi, the local people, with whatever they want so that they can also feed into this. Continue. This is the summary of Telenga, where it is located. It is in Bulisa and part of Nyoya district, but Nyoya district is covered by the national park. So the infrastructure is at the southern part of Victoria Nile, and it is a joint venture. We have UNOC, we have CNOC, and the operator is Total Energies. Those are the number of the fields under Telenga. Then Kingfisher is also listed. So the green part, that is the Telenga, the green part at the northeast. Then we have the Kingfisher at the lower part of Lake Albert. Continue. This is the summary of what we plan to produce after the required infrastructure has been put in place. And I think we shall be there. Continue. These are the activities. Some of them, I think my colleague from PAO might give more information because they are the ones who are on the ground, being a regulator, they monitor daily. So you find that this infrastructure is already now a big structure. The other one, the Chinese and other people are doing some work, and the summary is there. Continue. That's Telenga. It's more of like an industrial park. Continue. This is Kingfisher. Kingfisher is in Kikube district. It was a very hard place to reach. until the infrastructure, the road was put there. It is being operated by SINOC, and it is generally on the shoreline. Actually, the wells are under the lake, but we are using the ground to build those lakes. So we find we have built maybe 7 kilometers underneath the lake. So you continue. So when you are there, you can see, you see the shoreline, Lake Albert, you see the part of the escarpment, and that flat area, that's why we plan to use for drilling or producing the crude. I'll continue. That's part of the infrastructure which has been put there. That is part of the accommodation for the expatriates. Continue. Now, this is the summary of the packages and activities. Under the current policy and legal framework, we have insisted that no operator will operate without Uganda's participation. So you'll find there's a joint venture, 4951. So you'll find as much as we have a foreign company, but on the other side, we have a Ugandan company. And we are encouraging Ugandan companies to do what? To participate. But the issue has come up is the funding. We have come up with the policy, but now we have to come up with the law. So the funding has been an issue. And my colleague here from the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum will tell you, because most of them report to them, many companies have lost, they have gone to the banks, they have got loans. Along the way, it has become an issue. So we don't know how best we can do that. We have seen Chinese companies coming here, their mother companies, their mother country supports them. That's why they are working here. So as bankers, I think we have to think about it. We have a company called EnviroServe. One time we were in engagement. So they said that for us, we are from South Africa and we are getting the funding from the South African bank. And they are doing well, and actually they are currently doing well. So why can't we also have Ugandan companies being supported by Ugandan banks? That's my prayer. I'll continue. Continue. So regarding the ECOP, how did we come up with the ECOP? The first engagement was South Sudan and Kenya. They wanted to have a crude export pipeline. Then in 2012, they approached Uganda. They said, why don't we also do the studies? So in case if we want to export your crude. So we joined the wagon, but along the way, South Sudan left us. So we remained Uganda and Kenya. And the first option was crude from Hoima, from Turkana land, that is Talo, to Lamu. But the challenge of Lamu was too much. First, it was near Somalia. And as we talk now, I think there is a land dispute, the boundary. Secondly, about 6 months in a whole year is always under monsoon. So you find a lot of waves. So it became very hard for us to concentrate on that route. Then the other one, my colleagues from Kenya, there was the issue that let us also develop the northern Kenya. So when you put that infrastructure, it means you are going to develop what? The northern part. So we're insisting, why don't we go through the normal route, that is through Nairobi? I think things didn't work out. So we opted for the Tanga route, and they are currently, we are developing it. And the Tanga route, from the history, we know that during those days, Tanga port was given to Uganda. There is land for Uganda, but maybe we're not using that opportunity. Then secondly, when you are at Tanga, it is shielded from the waves. So you are able to have those big tankers parking there and they take off. So as we talk now, we are developing the Tanga route, the ECOP through Tanga. Over 300 kilometers of pipes are already being stringed. Environmental studies were done. And I think many engagements have been there, many challenges, civil society have been engaging us, but the facts are clear that by the time we developed this, there are a lot of studies which were done, which are in line with international standards. Continue. These are a sketch showing the different pumps. We have those pumps. If you are at Seruka, we have pump station 1. For you to be able to pump either water or crude, I mean to transport, you need to pump it. So we have those pumps up to pump 6 for increasing the pressure. Then we have 2 pumps which are reducing the pressure, because as you approach Tanga, there's a slope. So if you don't reduce the pressure, then it will be a problem. So that's the sketch of how the pumps will be aligned. And the greatest part of the pipe is on the Tanzanian side. We have about 296 kilometers in Uganda, then the balance is their side. Continue. Kabalega Industrial Park, the land was acquired and it is being developed. We have divided it into 3. We have the industrial park, we have the airport, and we have the refinery. How did we start with the airport? It was a simple thing. We thought we have a runway for purposely dropping the equipment. But the question came that after that, what next? So then we said, why don't we develop it into a slightly bigger airport? Now it has turned out to be a second international airport. So it is an airport which people say it is means of energy, because the studies, the consultancies have been channeled through means of energy, not through means of works. Then also we have, actually have been indicated, CAA. It is now making sure that the required infrastructure to make it international is completed by maybe end of this year. So for the light planes, you can still land because it is already there, 3.5 kilometer. So you can still land and take off. But there are issues like electricity, which I think ministry is still handling to make sure that we have stable power at that point. Continue. Now, how the banking sector can contribute. We all know that most of these mega projects, banks come in. We have listed what the US banks are doing. They are contributing, so we can also contribute to our own. The banking sector can also support the local. Those days, I think we used to have UCB at Wanseko, but I don't know either there's any bank in Bulisa. If it is there, maybe it might be at the center, but not at the. There are 3 banks. I can see now where you are going. So I want to conclude by thanking you by giving this ministry an opportunity to share with you the current status of oil and gas. It has been a journey, but with your support, we shall reach. I want to end there. Thank you.
Asante sana. Anne, I want to thank you for your intelligence. I noticed that when you saw me coming, you quickly told the team that is handling the screens to put next slide, and then you said the contribution of the banks, and then I couldn't come in to stop you because then I would not have done justice to our members. But thank you very much for your input. I want to take one burning question because our next presenter is also working for. Yes, I will move there.
the refinery pipeline.
The compensation, you have run across the. I think let's keep the questions within. I think you want to compensate. I think it's okay. Okay.
I want to clarify because I know as a banker, when there are compensations, we're interested. So it is not really, yeah.
Didn't get the name? Ronald. Refinery pipeline. What it means is the pipeline from the refinery to Mpigi. No, so? First of all, compensation, we follow a process. RAP studies, then later we do the RAP implementation. And from the lesson we learned, I think we are the first one who tagged compensation to families. We had issues where people said, I have already got a bank account. We say, no, we want a joint what? Bank accounts. So we have gone through that, and the compensation is almost coming to the end. The only challenge we have that this is a government. So whenever we get money is when Moses gives me money is when we pay. But the percentage we are supposed to conclude. We are supposed to have concluded by end of last financial year, which was in June. But I think we might conclude. As much as at times when you say we have concluded, there are those cases you find there are some remedial cases, family disputes. Somebody maybe has not a correct letter of administration. Others have forged it, but we're almost like 95%. For those ones who have been to that side, we have the product pipeline, but also we have the crude export pipeline. In Kikuwe, both of them cross, and the part of Confernce. Then the other one goes through Mubende, then this one comes to Mitiana. For the ECOP, it is almost 99% compensated. That funding is coming from the developers. As I indicated, that this one is generally being done by the joint ventures, the international companies, whereas for the refinery, which is a part of, the product pipeline, which is a part of the refinery, which is the government, is about 95%.
Thank you very much. Allow me at this point call a representative from NCBA Bank. Okay, do we have one from Housing Finance? The next one. And these are our sponsors. Yeah.
Mr. Hani, on behalf of the Institute. Yes, Mr. Hani. Because if I had only mentioned the Hani, the process stayed here. So on behalf of the Institute and the sponsors, Housing Finance, we are grateful for the time you have put in to prepare a presentation to us, the knowledge and the opportunities. And as banks, we are hungry for this sector. So you'll be seeing us more. Thank you so much.
So when you visit the ground, then you can be able to study more.
Hannah, I want to thank your parents for giving you a good name. I'm sure your wife has. I'm sure that your wife has enjoyed. But even when you come back home, is Hannah, well, you're welcome. So there are so many. You don't have arguments that flow in the room. But for some of us who have relationships, we started them when we were young, and now we've grown up. We started with names like yours, Honey, Sweetheart. As we've grown up, Tata Sevaduka. And those are signs of divorce coming soon. The moment your wife starts to call you Tata Sevaduka, you know that you're in for it. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting more time, our next speaker works with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and he's a proactive professional with experience in oil and gas infrastructure and developmental projects. Can we put our hands together for Mr. Ayebare Tom Rukondo?
Okay, thank you, MC Gava. I think formally after today, I'm going to go back home and lodge a complaint with my parents, saying that they should have been more considerate when they're naming me. But quickly today, so my task is simple. I was invited to share the opportunity that we see in the oil and gas space for banks. As I was preparing for this presentation, I wasn't very sure of my audience, but I was lucky that my sister called me and told me she would be here to listen to me speak. And so I feel very at home now that I am here with my sister Grace. Presenting Centenary Bank, yes. And the family as well, yes, yes, yes. So it is our bank. But quickly, in terms of the outline that I have as the presentation comes up, it's really to break down the opportunity that we see in this sector and how that opportunity will be availed to the country, but then also further broken down into other economic sectors, and then specifically to the banking and financial services sector. So as it comes up, I hail from an institution called the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Our commissioner, Hani, has already elaborated the institutional framework that is largely based, the pointer is here. Yes, so this is the quick outline, just 4 quick points. Given that I'm speaking almost right before lunch. So we'll highlight the opportunities for the country, the opportunities for the sector. I'll give you a bit of thought on what has happened in Nigeria with regards to banking and financial services, and then we will quickly conclude. All right, I just need to make sure. Okay, so as I mentioned, all right. Okay. It seems I didn't have enough breakfast, but all right. So as I mentioned, Hani already elaborated on this. The key point here that you need to live with is that we have structured the sector in line with international best practice, and we have made significant gains that are being benchmarked on internationally and across the world. Okay, so as I mentioned, I hail from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. We were established in 2015. We currently have over 215 staff. And as we like to mention in these engagements, we have a vision to be a leading petroleum regulatory agency. And we tend to whisper that in Uganda, in Africa, and across the world. And our mission, of course, is to regulate both the upstream and the midstream. but with the intention to create lasting value for society, but also to ensure that Uganda remains an attractive investment destination. Now, you will agree with me that those two aspects contradict, but we continue to take them forward. All right, so the areas of regulation that we regulate are quite many, but the one that I am in charge of is the economic analysis and cost monitoring. But there are also other aspects with regards to resource management, how our oil and gas in the country is produced, and how the data is managed, and how all those activities comply with both the local, international, and the global health, safety, and security and environment management regulations. And the last critical component relates to national content, which is, as we will see, the component of the investment in the sector that is retained here. Okay. All right. So, apologies. So quickly, an extractive sector normally has about 3 main benefits. The first relates to a significant increment in the foreign direct investment that will come with the exploration, appraisal, development, and production of the extractive resource in that jurisdiction. And with that investment is an intentional structure to ensure that a significant portion of that investment is retained in the country. So the slide that you see highlights the investment profile in the sector from far back as 2002 and with a projection up to 2046. Now, so far, as at the end of 2023, $7.5 billion had been invested in the sector. And I repeat, $7.5 billion had been invested by the end of 2023. We have a projection of an additional $15 billion that will be invested in the production and operation phase. And on the grand scheme of things in the country, this represents the biggest infrastructure investment in the history of this country. For those of us who know, I think the biggest infrastructure investment we have related to our dams. And the last one to come on board, I think, was Karuma, which must have cost us around about 1.8 or 1.6 billion dollars. So we have a sector that will contribute almost 1/3 of our current GDP in terms of investment. Now, what this means in terms of the portion of that investment that has been retained is summarized on the slide. I've lost the feed here, but quickly, in terms of employment, as at the end of 2023, we had over 13,000 Ugandans employed in the sector, and over 90% of these, we had over 13,000 individuals employed in the sector, and over 90% of these were Ugandan. Furthermore, there were over 4,500 who were sourced from the local operational areas. So I am told there's a team going to the field. While you are there, you will see that there is a significant portion of locals working on the projects, and those are over 4,500. We also have over 2,200 women working in the sector. Can I get a hand clap for that? It's important to note that the sector is highly specialized. It is a highly capital and energy intensive sector. So it might not be the most attractive for the fairer sex, largely because they spend a lot of time in the sunshine, they're in the rain, in hard hats, but we are happy that we have made a significant attraction. In terms of contracting, out of the $7 billion that has been awarded, over $1.8 billion has been awarded in contracts to Ugandan companies. And this is almost the same amount that was utilized to build one of the biggest dams in the country. So we are very proud of that. In terms of capacity development, over 14,000 Ugandans have been skilled and trained in various disciplines and a number of international certifications. As an example, the various training schools that are organizing this particular event, we have international certifications that have been domiciled in the country. So we no longer have to send our staff or our Ugandans abroad to be certified as welders and various other aspects. They can actually get those skills in the country. In terms of enterprise development, we have reached out and enhanced the operational ability and the skills of various enterprises. Over 2,600 were upskilled and numerous were engaged in various conferences and workshops. Lastly, in terms of technology transfer, we have had over 35 partnerships receive awards and contracts in the sector, and thus facilitate technology transfer. All right. So the second major benefit that I spend sleepless nights and lose hair over relates to the revenue that the country will receive. And on this slide, I don't know if it's visible for everyone. The other side may not be. But on this slide, there are two charts. So the first chart that you see on the right, sorry, I am left-handed, so I tend to get it confused. So on the right highlights the revenue that the country has received prior to First Story. So I am happy to report that we have received over $1.3 billion in tax revenue prior to the commercial production of Uganda's petroleum resources. This money some of it was deposited in the Petroleum Fund after it was established in 2015. Some of it was actually deposited in the Consolidated Fund when the Petroleum Fund was not in existence. And going forward, the chart that you see on the far left now highlights the anticipated government revenue that we see from the sector, where we anticipate on average over the next 25 years to receive between $1 to $2.5 billion every year. But that is on average for the 25 years. Now, as you can see from the graph, there are three graphs, sorry, there are three lines, and the revenue profile is highly dependent on the international price that we'll be able to achieve as at that time. But we anticipate that we will be able to derive significant value for this country. The last major aspect relates to something we're very passionate about, which relates to sectoral linkages. And this is all just largely relates to how the sector is linked to the other sectors of Uganda's economy, and how the sector facilitates the evolution of those sectors to make them both locally and internationally competitive for the longer term beyond the production length of our oil and gas resources. So from the research that we have done and that I have lost a lot of hair over, we see that for every dollar spent in the oil and gas sector, that dollar has the ability to generate an additional $0.6 in indirect growth. And for Uganda's case, an initial investment of $14 billion would yield indirect growth of about $8.4 billion, with the total growth that we anticipate of the GDP to be over $22 billion, right around the time we achieve First Oil. Now, this experience has been benchmarked in numerous countries, in Norway, in UAE, and the like. And the core sectors where the indirect growth has been seen relate to construction, manufacturing, tourism, agriculture, transport, health, and banking and financial services. Now, the key challenge that we have is to realize these growth prospects, there is need for deliberate government and private sector effort. So the challenge is now with us. And the linkages relate to numerous aspects. One relates to the money. So we will receive money. That money will be deposited in the petroleum fund that is held in the Bank of Uganda. That money will subsequently be either invested. So there's a proportion of that money that will be invested for the current and future generations. And there's another portion that will be utilized for budget support. The other aspect of the linkages relate to the inputs that the sector requires, specifically things like food, things like services, and various other aspects. The other linkage relates to the utilization of some of the products that will be generated from the sector, like liquid petroleum gas, that will facilitate us as a nation to transition away from the use of charcoal and biomass and transition to a cleaner source of energy. The other aspect relates to the consumptive power of the population, based on the fact that with increased income and revenue for those who are employed in the sector, and I am happy to report that for those of you who will go to the field, you can interact with some of the locals that are employed. There is a clear change in their lives. They are now in a state where they earn significantly higher revenue, and now we are tending to see social problems. There are individuals who now have more purchasing power, and on a Friday, when he's at a joint, he's the one in charge. So we are now have to sensitize them to save and ensure that they utilize this money not only for their current state, but also for their futures. All right, so my job today is very simple. We carried out a study in partnership with the Uganda Bankers Association. This was done in 2023 and was concluded earlier this year. That study was very comprehensive. It highlighted all the opportunities that we see that the banking sector sees, not only in Uganda, but also in other countries. And I have summarized this on this particular slide. So what you will see is the first aspect relates to the direct financing needs of the sector. These are significant. The upstream sector alone requires financing of over $9 billion. Now, this has been partially sourced by some of the international oil companies that we have in the country, like Total. They have the financial muscle to pool those resources as a group, but also from international lenders abroad. The midstream, with regards to the refinery and the pipeline, is currently looking for financing. The pipeline is currently concluding the syndication to facilitate its construction. So there is a direct opportunity to participate there. I was given a message to convey that there was some disappointment with the banking sector in the country, that many of you were not as forthcoming to support the pipeline. And I was told that we now know our friends, but we shall also try to help those who are not as forthcoming when things start to move. There is also opportunity in the downstream. There is also opportunity in the downstream, as well as the opportunity for entities to develop tailor-made financial solutions for their various clients. We have seen clients, as an example, in the logistics space that require significant asset leasing support. They require support to develop a fleet that is new and fit for purpose to transition or to transport equipment of over 8 million tons from Kenya, from the port in, the port in Mombasa and in Dar es Salaam, inland. We've also seen those that require invoice financing, where they will need support to finance particular invoices, as well as those that need actual loan facilities. The other big one that we see relates to insurance cover, which is not directly banking, but is also related, where we're going to have assets worth over $26 billion that will require insurance. The fourth relates to the establishment of the Local Content Development Fund, as you will see on the subsequent slide, and the provision of cheap financing to support the development of the various sectors. And the last aspect that we encourage is for each individual financial facility to reach out to the various players in the sector and understand their needs, because we have seen, as you will see in Kingfisher is relatively remote. Now you'll find that on a Friday when the companies are paying their staff, many of them don't have bank accounts. So some purely have phones. So they need support to disburse over 20 million in a weekend. So there are various needs that each contractor will need, and we encourage each financial institution to reach out and try and tailor your services to meet their needs. As I mentioned, there's a full study on this. It is available on our website and with UBA. And I also listed some other financial product solutions in the table below, but I think you can read those at your own time before you sleep. So I just wanted to touch on quickly with regards to the Nigerian experience. Now, Nigeria established a local content development fund. They currently have 4 funds that are worth over $500 million. I repeat that. The 4 funds are worth over $500 million. And these were built up by deducting 1% of every contract that was awarded in the sector. Yeah, so it was self-financed by the sector, and now there is money available to facilitate the development of local players in the country. Now, what that has done is we have 2 funds, but I won't dwell on those details, but they have supported 3 major sectors with regards to manufacturing, trade and commerce, and banking and finance. So as an example, there is there is support for long-term loans for manufacturing and asset acquisition. They are competitively priced with a 5-year tenure and over at 8% and a single obliger limit of $10 million. So I think that is a challenge for all of us in the room to see if we can ever get to that point where we are able to competitively and cheaply finance the industry players in the country. So there are a number of other examples, but in the interest of time, and they might not be very relevant. So in our engagements, we have had numerous challenges that I thought I would raise. And I think Commissioner Hani touched on some of these. So the first related to the limited understanding of the sector. The second related to the capital constraints versus the needs of the sector. Just as an example, as you hear from UNOC, the last time I checked, their funding needs were over $700 million as a company. So I think if they pulled all the financing in the country, I don't think they'll be able to meet their financing needs. The other aspect related to limited or no collateral, we've had instances where companies have been awarded $40 million contracts, and even if they mortgaged all of their assets and the assets of the family and the assets of the clan, there is past and future. There is no way that those assets could serve as collateral for that loan. So there is need to get innovative in how you support some of these entities. Other aspects relate to limited experience in EPC contract management and execution. As an example, there's an entity called McDermott and Sinopec, they were awarded a $2 billion contract for the engineering procurement and construction of the Tilenga central processing facility that you will see. Now, after that, they will then subcontract different components of that work. And they'll subcontract the engineering, the procurement, and the actual construction on site. So you'll find there's a capacity gap with some of the contractors and service providers in the country to meet the full breadth of service that is required. So as financial institutions, you have to see how to mitigate your risk as you serve your clients as well. Other aspects with regards to gaps in the business and the various other skill sets that some of your clients have, the business model is also hard to assess and hard to mitigate in terms of risk. The other aspect relates to insufficient foreign exchange reserves, in addition to some of the bad experiences that we saw in the exploration phase that were misguided. The other one that I can't really see, the other one relates to the limited direct access to the international oil companies. And this relates to the message that I was given, that if you don't support them now, when they need you, it will be hard for you to go to them later when you need them, asking for business. So given that you are the experts in relationship management, because every time I go to my bank, they're asking me how I'm doing. I think we have no doubt that you have the ability to manage that relationship, not only in the short term, but also in the medium and long term. I think I'll probably end there. There are other aspects with regards to delayed payments, which we are managing. That we have found is a multifaceted issue. The first aspect we've seen is there's a lot of indiscipline in the country. Some people who get work or get loan facilities and immediately marry a second wife and a third, just to be sure that their lineage will not die, and forget to execute the work. But then there are genuine challenges, as I wrap up, that relate to the need to reorient how we measure work and how that work is delivered for the broader benefit. On my second last slide, steps to close this gap. I think the first one relates to capacity development. As an authority, we are willing and able to support any kind of development. There are various courses in the country and abroad to build the capacity of your staff to assess the risk in the sector and aid your clients. Syndication, there is power in numbers, and we would encourage you to pool and support your clients. Sourcing of affordable funds, as we've already mentioned, Nigeria self-financed and built that fund. It is something that we want to see happen in Uganda, and we would like to assure you you have our support. That fund is managed not only by the government, but also by a number of private sector banks. There is also lessons from the insurance sector, and also the need to mobilize internal funds that are cheap. All right, in conclusion, and I can see Gava standing toward me, we see that the banking and financial services sector is heavily entwined with the oil and gas sector. And there is a diverse breadth of investment opportunities to facilitate sustainable economic progress, as was mentioned. We see tailor-made financial solutions, capacity development, and collaborative financing as critical to optimize these linkages and foster inclusive growth. And lastly, strategic partnerships, innovative approaches will see the region harness these opportunities to unlock its economic potential while prioritizing environmental sustainability and mutual prosperity. Thank you all.
You knew a short man is coming, then you lift the thing up. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Tom, for your submission, but also for ably representing your institution with a ton of information that you have satisfactorily shared. There are some points where you said that some people are your friends, and then you remember them at the end when results start to come. I said, I don't know what that means, but so quickly, I'm sure that there are questions, and we'll pick 3 burning ones because oil and gas is a conversation for today and not for tomorrow. But quickly, Tom, when you mentioned about the men out there that are marrying to make sure that their lineage does not, I kept thinking to myself at the Institute, these are campaigns that we have done with a number of regions, and this particular one sits in my docket. And probably you want to shed some light in terms of POW and how you're working, because I'm sure that there are compensations made in terms of the communities where maybe the pipeline is being constructed, and these are your spaces. And how are you trying to, play in that space to share some information in terms of trainings, in terms of collaborations within the communities, and how can you partner with institutions? Of course, because I'm employed at the Institute, I'll certainly say, how do you partner with the Institute? Because these are campaigns that we're already taking on with different communities, especially, I would say, in the central region, to make sure that people, it's really an aspect of financial literacy and not anything along those lines. So beyond just trying to make sure that you do your works, how are you trying to support those areas to make sure that people, indeed, while they are compensated, they do not just eat them? And because I've been at the, I've been there at the pipelines and the oil fields, I know that Total has done some works around that space. But to the level that now in their compensation model, they were not necessarily giving finances because of the illiteracy levels, if I'm supposed to put it in quotes and quotes. But they were now picking out to construct maybe facilities for these people to come and occupy them. But of course, it's one thing, setting up a facility and then you being able to occupy it and being able to sustainably occupy it. So what level of involvement do you have in that space? Do you have any questions? Okay, name and question. I've seen 3, 4 hands. This particular class, they would say Goretti is the most serious student because every time she has a question. It is very, very good. The name and the question. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Eric Seguya from Housing Finance Bank. Thank you very much, Tom, for the presentation. You talked of the 7.5 billion that was invested. I wanted to know, did that money go through the banking system in Uganda? And for the 15 billion that's coming, is it going to go through our system? Just that.
The part that's missed in that question, is it going to pass through?
Tom, thank you so much for the presentation. I have noted you said that we expect annual revenue of about between 1 to 2 billion US dollars every year for the next 25 years. If my math serves me right, I think it's about 3.8 trillion and to 7.6 trillion per year, which is about 4% of our budget now, or 10% of our budget. I think I'm thinking that it might be necessary for us to even build a better proposition, because then you start to think about the opportunity cost. Is 4% of my budget in terms of opportunity cost and what's happening, is that persuasive? But we have things like the international airport, we have the people that are being employed, all these So I think that we probably need to think about the big, even the bigger things, yeah, so that it's not just a mathematical discussion, but that's for me the question to you and to all of us to think through.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel from Uchumi Bank. My question is regards to sustainability. So within a framework of policy, is there a plan in place to ring-fence the local content or the local expertise? Thank you.
Let me stand up. It's a sign of respect when asking a question. I just want to give a little bit of feeling. My name is Sadi Banzi from Tanzania Institute of Bankers. I just want to give a little bit of feeling of Tanzanian people about this project. For the illiterate people from the country, we heard about the discovery of oil in Uganda, but majority of the local people didn't know about it. But later on, we came to learn about it almost every Tanzanian when a decision has been made to route the oil from Hoima all the way to Tanga. And then later on, our former president, Mr. Magufuli, invited His Honorable, His Excellency Museveni to, I think it was a handover of a port or a place where a dock is going to be constructed and the vessels will be docking over there to carry up the oil to Europe. Then later on, we came to hear about some of the companies who were at the forefront in the discovery of this oil pulling out of the project. Further to that, there was the issue of European Union. It actually disappointed most of the Tanzanian, hoping maybe the thing that we thought is going to be a game changer to the Ugandan economy, and Tanzania as well benefiting out of it because of the provision of the sea route. It was really, we couldn't understand exactly. Mr. Hani, if I heard you correctly, you said about the proper assessment on the impact were made, but yet we still hear about European Union slamming this project. Now, with this insight, and most likely this product, the end user could be the European countries, and they are the one at the forefront to slam this project. What is the position currently? And the bankers might be a little bit worried about this international involvement in these issues, slamming here and there. Thank you very much.
Okay. You have another question?
Thank you. Mine is about, I've realized that the greatest need the sector players have is finances, but we also highlighted the problem of late payments. I know that banks might have somehow shied away from the sector because of the risks involved, but you also know that the capital requirements of banks are increasing. So before we go into any kind of business, we need to know that we are safe or we can sustain it. So my question is there some kind of discussion between government and the different sectors on how to try to partner to be able to finance the sector? An example is that I've seen government partnering with banks to kind of come up with a product on credit relief. So we can have a similar thing where government is putting something on the table. Together with banks, we can make it happen. Thank you.
A good thing you are here, and also the commissioner is here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the questions. It gives me confidence that everyone was listening. At some point, I thought I was talking to myself. Okay, so the questions were quite many. Gava, you had the first one that you fluked in. Okay, yeah, so sensitization, partnerships, financial literacy. We could spend the whole afternoon explaining the extent to which the project has enhanced the social livelihoods of the communities. But in summary, just to give you assurance, the players we have are listed in international stock markets. They're getting financing from international markets. Therefore, they must operate in the highest ethical standards of any corporate citizen in the world. So there has been the highest consideration to ensure that anyone who is impacted by the project is left in a much better state than they were initially found. So you will find things like support, first of all, to determine the nature of the impact. Were they primary residents, as in were they the ones staying on the land, or were they secondary residents, were those that were using the land for grazing? And then there is a categorization of support. Do they want replacement land? Do they want replacement housing? Do they want cash? Before all of those, they're given the choice to choose. And there are even those who are given both, as you will see when you're in the field. There is also support for transition. As they move from where they are to where they're being taken, they support in that phase. They're given food, they are trained, and they're given livelihood restoration and support. There are numerous aspects, as you will see, and it is to the extent that many of the people who have been impacted by the project, their livelihoods have exceeded those who are not. And we now have a problem in the community where those who are impacted are far well off than those who are not. And it's now a divisive issue, as you will see. But in summary, I will end it there. In terms of partnership, of course, we are willing and able. The company needs all the support. Just to say, most of the land acquisition aspects are at the tail end, but there is continuous effort to upskill the project affected persons and also the broader community. Eric, you had a very interesting question on whether the 7.5 billion transition through Uganda banking system. Is there anyone from Citibank? Anyone from Citibank? Anyone from Stanchart? So I can categorically mention these companies have accounts there. Money transitions, both from the international realm to here, as you will know. So a significant chunk of it, yes, has transitioned through. Again, as I mentioned, it is a relationship. You need to invest. My experience when I was a younger man, when you're trying to build a relationship with someone of the fairer sex, you invest as much as you can and try and give them the prospects of the future. That if I'm here now, if you support me, where we are going, things are going to get. Right. So it is the same thing. The companies now need support. It might not be direct financial in terms of funding the project, but in whatever sphere you are, if you can support them, if you can talk to your clients, if you can help them open up accounts to receive their compensation money, they will repay. And even us as a country will repay when the significant revenue starts to flow. I'll stop it there. There was a question from Goretti, right? Yes. On the annual revenue, that is a conservative estimate, as you saw. There will be years when we receive between $3 to $4 to $5 billion every year. we have tried to structure the framework to impact every sector. What I didn't say is we've done research with the health sector, we've done research with the housing and real estate, we've done research with tourism, we've done research with agriculture, we've done research with banking and finance. Now, what we have seen is that the biggest impact of the sector is the sophistication it can bring to other sectors of the economy before the oil revenue starts to flow. So that is a discussion that we're trying to initiate and trying to get the private sector players to move to and just to give you an example, we have built agricultural capacity in Hoima. We now have the second international airport. If that agricultural capacity is built to the point where it can meet the quality standards of the oil and gas sector, both in terms of quantity and quality, there is no impediment for those products that are produced in Hoima to be airlifted to international markets abroad that are of the same standard, both in quality and quantity. But I can assure you, it is a difficult discussion. Leading this country is no mean feat. And the onus is on us, you as banks, to push your clients. There are some that we work with. We would like to work with more, but we need to sophisticate the way we do business. We have seen examples of farmers in Hoima. There is one famous one, and I don't know if Commissioner Hani remembers, he got a contract for beef. Beef. Yes, right? In Bulisa. He got a contract for beef. The companies will consume particular tonnage every week of particular parts. So they will ask you for half a ton of, let's say, oxtail, and the thigh and various other things. So the bienda, the blah, 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 those are yours to deal with. So if you've not built the capacity to supply, but then also ensure that what you have is not wasted. After 1 month, he came back and was complaining, but can't you people eat other parts? Yeah? I'm stuck with all those other things. And he left the contract. Humphrey is next to you. He can tell you. These are testimonies, and these are our people that we deal with. We will push for them to be given work, but when they are unable to do the work, it is us who are embarrassed because you're dealing with an international company that is telling you now, you have now dragged me into something that I'm not meant to be. But we continue to fight for you, like we fight to see Jesus when he eventually comes. Samuel from Uchumi Bank, you had the point on sustainability, ring fencing of local content. I think the commissioner partially touched on this. There is a lot of effort. As an example, we have 14 sectors in this country, ring fence, that can only be undertaken or executed by local companies. Now, the amazing discussion that we've had is what is the definition of a local company? Now, from our view, you cannot be arrogant when you're poor, right? You cannot be arrogant when there is a skills gap. So you must be humble enough to provide an environment to facilitate investment. That investment is tied to the local population, to the local value addition, to the local consumption and sourcing of raw materials. And over time, there is industry level capacity built in the economy that facilitates you to transition to now say a local company should be one owned by a Ugandan. What we've seen in countries like Angola and Congo Brazzaville, insistence on a local company being owned by a Ugandan creates cartels. You will find someone is just a face of the company, but behind him, they are Chinese or they're French. Angola, last time I checked, is the highest per capita consumer of champagne around the world. Yes, Angola, champagne. So if not well managed, that's where we can go. So sometimes we clash with Humphrey, but it is well intended. So there are other aspects with regards to awarding of marks in bidding for companies that have higher percentages of local content. Expatriates are not allowed in the country for skill sets where we have capacity, and so many other things that I will not be able to extrapolate now in the interest of time and other presentations. Gava has already stepped on me twice. There was another question from Banzi with regards to the perception in Tanzania. Banzi, we agree. As you know, the decision to go through Tanzania was because we have a history as countries and our leaders have that history of brotherhood. From an economic angle, I was happy because Tanzania was the least cost route to the international market. We have a tariff locked in of 12.77 barrels, sorry, $12.77 per barrel. What that means is if a barrel of oil today is at $84 a barrel, if you remove the tariff, call it for $14, we then have $70 per barrel. Our break even for the projects is under $30 a barrel. So as of today's prices, Uganda would walk away in the region of about $40 billion worth of revenue. That is almost equivalent to our GDP as a country. So the numbers are mind-boggling, right? So we are thankful to Tanzania for not charging us a transit fee. A round of applause. But we do know the investment that is happening now will have a significant ripple effect in your country. The coating plant has been built. The port in Tanga is being expanded and a lot of infrastructure investment. So we thank you as our brothers. I think I'm starting to talk like a politician. And the last aspect related to, oh, I didn't get your name though. Agnes, financing, yes, financing late payment, capital requirements, discussion to partner with the financial sector. I think we agree. The challenge that, or the benefit that we see is it was intentionally structured as a private sector led initiative. We contracted Total and Sinok to implement work on behalf of the country. They will then be repaid from proportions that they will receive from the oil. So we are open to the discussions, but as I said, we need to build that collaborative relationship. As the banking and financial sector, we encourage you to quote the sector, try and get them interested and try and support them. And in turn, we will definitely support you. Thank you. I would like to leave the last word for my commissioner, who is my boss. Thank you.
Here to Manzi, the issue of companies parking and going, I think that was Talo. Talo left at a time when it's supposed to do the development. So Talo was acquired globally, so it had to go. So it was not because of these campaigns. Then the other issue of European Union Parliament, I think we Ugandans, we are the problem. We have allowed everybody to talk to the extent that when that delegation came, the members of parliament from European Union, they came here as tourists. We didn't know that they were members of parliament. Now, when they went to the field, they went and they came and made their own report. And as a government, we had to respond. And since then, they have kept quiet as of now. But the whole thing is, we all know what happened in Scotland, COP26. They said no more fossil fuels work. Scotland, when the Russia-Ukraine conflict started, what's happening in Scotland? What's happening in Norway? They are building more pipelines. What is it that why are they picking interest in Ugandan ones, not the other ones? So it's a big question. So it is the politics and other things. So it is something beyond that. And for us, we have done analysis. You find that that noise is more in Uganda than even in Tanzania, because we have allowed everybody to do whatever they want. If you go down there, we have many NGOs. Any small thing, they run to European Union. Every small thing, they put in this. So we have failed to manage them. Otherwise, we have seen countries where they say this. Like I think in Tanzania, I think it was during Kikwete's period. I think there was an issue that don't build a dam, the frogs are going to die. I think he made it public that that one who said that the frogs are going to die, let him come and tell me now. Nobody stood up and the dam was constructed. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you very much. And I want to also thank Tom. Commissioner, I want to give you encouragement that you haven't failed to manage them. His Excellency is busy dealing with corrupt people. But once it's done, those are very simple matters. Those are very simple matters. It's just that there are some people eating PDM money. Today in the news, I heard 12 of them have been, taken to prison. But once it's done, just get him informed, he will handle. Yeah. So I want to, but I also wanted to, before we award you, Tom, I wanted to give clarity that I've also been part of these conferences. And they told me that a kitchen just to operate in the oil fields can serve about 200,000 people. 4,000. The kitchen has to operate 24 hours. The white man can come in and say, I want sumbusas with no corners. And in the evening, they'll come back and say, I want a donut with no hole. But on a serious note, the kitchen has to operate 24 hours. And you see the sensitivity of the matter in that conversation is that it shouldn't stop and it has to operate under specific requirements, because if one of them falls sick and fails to do their work, it's a problem. But also those people who don't eat other parts. So because what do they want us to do with the other parts? We're a poor country. Every cow, everything must count up to the head. So you also need to tell them how we work here in Uganda. Everything we have to eat. So really, some of the standards, they need to bring it over. So in the morning, you come and ask for a leg. So who will eat the stomach? Anyway, allow me to invite Dr. Nikas from our Bank of Tanzania. Tom, this is a regional conference. And so we have Kenya here, we have Tanzania here. Can we welcome Dr. Nikas from Bank of Tanzania? I represent the institute. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I must say that we have really moved in the time that we had planned. I'm going to request that we stand up. Let's all stand up. Let's stand up. Very good. Let's sit down. Let's stand up. Yeah, because let's stretch. Hands up. Hands down. Swing one leg. Look left. Look right. Give your neighbor a high five. There's a difference between high five and slap. High five. Okay, let's take our seats. We want to make sure that our afternoon session is not as intense. I am sure that no one is hungry. So we are just trying to manage our concentration levels, but also trying to manage that our bodies can cope up. I'm sure that the presentations have been intense, but also worthwhile. The Institute together with TIOB together with KIB are trying to organize an evaluation where I'll kindly request that we participate. And so with all that, we want to make sure that our afternoon is precise, because later on, we all are invited at phase 2. Here, who doesn't know where phase 2 is? Thank you very much. So for the international delegates, we'll definitely just take you to phase 2 for our cocktail party. I'm meant to come back here and share details. But please allow that Humphrey comes and speaks. And briefly, let me tell you that Humphrey is a leadership and management consultant with experience in strategic planning, leadership development training, and he is a motivational speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the CEO of the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the distinct pleasure to stand between you and lunch. So we're going to make a deal. You know, they say anyone who speaks in the afternoon after lunch is doing so in the graveyard shift. But the one who is speaking to you at what is supposed to be lunchtime is actually the mortuary shift. So let us do this together. I come from Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. And because of the time, I will not go through the presentation. One of the reasons is I want to be as brief as possible and release you for lunch. But then also lots of the things that I had put in there have been highlighted here and there, and you'll have opportunity to look at it. Is that a deal? Fabulous. Now, the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum is a not-for-profit private sector association that brings together members that are involved in the extractive sector in Uganda. We established in the year 2000, rebranded in the year 2010 to cover all companies that are involved in oil and gas and also mining in the sector. As a chamber, we've had the privilege of doing 4 things, 4 particular aspects that we handle. First is lobbying and advocacy. Then we also do stakeholder engagement, research and development, but then also business support services for our members. And our members cut across various sectors. Some of the sectors that our members do come from are oil and gas exploration, labor skilling and entrepreneurship, energy. We have legal and compliance, the lawyers, media and communication, finance and banking. A number of the banks here happen to be on our membership. Hospitality and tourism, manufacturing, QHSC, insurance, transport and logistics, mining and mineral development, as well as engineering and construction. Now, I do not represent government. So unlike my former lecturer and boss, Mr. Hani Malinga, as well as Mr. Rukundo there, for me, I come from the private sector. So what I'm going to say is to represent in Uganda what we call Omuntu wa wansi, the person down there, right? That person who we are hoping would benefit from the extractive sector. When you look at East Africa is very well endowed with minerals, all kinds of minerals. And from a geological point of view, and one thing that my bio doesn't mention is that I'm a geologist. From a geological point of view, a mineral is anything solid, liquid, or gaseous that is extracted from the ground. Okay? Now, there are so many minerals in the whole of East Africa, but when you look at Uganda particularly, and what Uganda has been able to do with minerals, we have not moved as fast as other countries have moved when it comes to mineral development. In the 50s and 60s, the contribution to GDP of our mineral sector was about 30%. Right now, it's about 1.5%. That is what we contribute. Not because of any other reason, but you all know the turbulent history that we have had. But it has not changed, the politics has not changed the geology. We still do have the minerals in this country. We have gold, for example, which we don't like talking about very much. We have uranium, which you're going to hear a lot more of as we go forward, because as a country, we are committed to the energy transition. And in the energy transition, we want to be able to produce 24,000 megawatts of power from nuclear, which we are going to be mining here in this country. We have copper, we have cobalt, we have the lithiums, we have all those minerals in this country. But we have not harnessed that potential as much. And one of the reasons is a lot of investment is required in exploration. Now, as highlighted earlier on by Mr. Malinga, that exploration is a very risky venture, because you can invest your money in exploration and hit nothing. Or you can invest your money in exploration and actually hit very good deposits. But one thing we also know is that geology does not respect boundaries. If you have these minerals in the other countries of the East Africa, then you can almost be sure that you'll have good quantities here in Uganda. Government is in the process of completing the aerial geomagnetic surveying of this country to be able to understand what mineral formations, what rock formations do we have all over Uganda. But as we speak now, our biggest need is investment in exploration. And then, of course, the next step would be mineral development or mine development, and then mineral beneficiation. That is down the road. So why am I saying all this? I'm saying all this to us as bankers to take a keen interest in the extractives sector. When you look at the study that Mr. Rukundo alluded to about the financial and the banking sector, one of the reasons or one of the challenges found is that some banks have a very and they are not very warmed up to the extractive sector. They don't quite understand it. They have not taken time to understand what is in the sector, what is in the country, so that they can be able to position themselves so that they can align. And it's a very important thing for us to be able to do. In 2011, 2012, 2013, during the time of exploration, there are lots of companies that joined the whole oil and gas fray. And they were very excited because at that time it was good money and it was sweet money. The problem came in when a number of companies did invest, but the sector suddenly, out of all kinds of uncertainties stopped and seemed to go into a lull. And you had very many bad experiences. The bankers were there at that time, remember. And as a result, right now, some banks are not very warm to lending us, the Bantu Bawansi, in oil and gas. We have said to our members time and time again that when you're going to negotiate a contract, okay, there are two people that you need to go with. Even Jesus, when he was going to the cross, he went with two people on his side, isn't it? There are two people you need to go with when you're going to negotiate a contract. Number one, you go with your lawyer. Number two, you go with your banker. so that your banker understands and does appreciate what is required of you and is able to structure a solution for you and speak the language. Because a number of banks were not speaking the language of oil and gas. A number of banks are not speaking the language of the SMEs and MMEs that we are wanting to get involved in this sector. The question was asked of Mr. Rukundu, of the 7.9 billion that has been invested so far in this sector, did any of it go through the Ugandan banks? Let me answer the question for you. Because for me, I have the freedom of being private sector. I can say anything. The answer is no. Simply because the biggest contracts were not to companies that were in Uganda. They were to companies that were out there. They had the expertise. There was no expertise, for example, to build a CPF, a central processing facility. So there was no Ugandan company, or for that matter, an East African company that could win such a contract. So that 2 billion contract by itself could not go to a Ugandan. However, he also mentioned that of that, 1.9 billion has gone to local content. Local content. That is the Ugandan, the Muntu the contracts, and the needs are very clear. They want invoice financing, invoice discounting, they want asset financing. They are requiring you to understand the sector and understand the clauses that are in those contracts, because you read an oil and gas contract and it will read something like this, that you will be paid 45 days after invoice acceptance. After invoice acceptance. You all know that there is a difference between invoice acceptance and invoice receipt. And the difference between invoice receipt and invoice acceptance can be anywhere from 1 day to 3 months. So when you look at that at the point of contract negotiation, because that is where you need to come in as a banker, at the point of contract negotiation, so that you structure solutions. The banks that have been able to work well, and as a chamber, we've done quite a bit of studies with our members to figure out what is your experience in this whole oil and gas scenario. The banks that have been able to do well are banks that came up with solutions, solution-based banking, rather than simply throwing the rule book at your customers. I want a service, or I want a product. Oh yes, we have a product. This is our product catalog. Please look through, pick one, and we shall give you that. Give us the requirements. Your grandmother's birth certificate, your grandmother's death certificate, the land title of your clan, where do they bury you, and all those kinds of things. But rather, a bank that positions its body language to the way of, let us sit down and solution a product for you. Now, it is also true that us, as the private sector, have also not lived up to the expectations on our side. That I'll be honest. And that is where we as a chamber have come in many a times to intervene and sit down with some of our members and say, let us talk, let's have this conversation. Because if you got a loan from Bank A, and when you begin getting payments that are meant to service that loan, you divert it to Bank B. Before I ask why Bank B is not being fair, because that is a question that needs to be asked. Okay? Why are you then not being integral? Because it is also hurting our sector. It is hurting the oil and gas sector. Inconsistency in bank requirements, high interest rates, that one I don't need to belabor. You understand it better than I do. But then also we as local contractors, one of the mistakes that we have made is we have competed ourselves to the bottom. We have competed ourselves to the bottom. How? In 2011, 2012, 2013, to move one container from Mombasa to Bulisa was $7,500. That's transport alone without clearance charges. $7,500 to move a container from Mombasa to Bulisa, 40-foot container or 20-foot container. It didn't matter. Right now, 2024, to move a container from Mombasa to Bulisa is $3,200. Now, we all know the direction in which fuel prices have gone. We all know the state of our roads. Let's not talk about those. We all know all these, the cost of doing business has increased. How has then the cost of moving a container gone down? It's simply because when we came to bidding as private sector, we competed ourselves to the bottom. So much so that people are taking facilities that they are not going to be able to service. That they are not going to be able to service. And with that facility, they have 120 days of payment, but remember they have raised an IFRS invoice, and the moment they raise an IFRS invoice, Uganda Revenue Authority counts 15 days and says, pay up. And then a smart banker wakes up and says, you know what, I can also give you a facility to pay that VAT. So the small, meager markup that he had put on the business is gone. What is the solution? Let us be partners. Let us be partners. As banks, your role should not be that of service provider to your clients. Your role should be that of business partner with your client. Be involved in the planning, be involved in the negotiation, be involved from the very beginning, be part and parcel of the conversation. Right now, you know that Uganda is opening up its mineral sector and there is lots of opportunities there. In fact, there is local content. There is all these things going on there. Be part of the solution. Years ago, when the whole story of local content fund started gaining some momentum, because as private sector, we were pushing and pushing. The very first opposition that we got for the local content fund were the bankers. The very first opposition. It's a fact. And now we are at a place where we would really need that local content fund so that it helps us with collateral, it helps us with cheap financing, it helps us with all these kinds of things, and it could possibly be channeled through the banks. But we don't have it. And so we are renewing our call that when we go back to push for local content fund, as you've heard from the previous speakers, we need your support. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to stay long, but I want to say this and repeat it very clearly. Don't be service providers. Don't be service providers who give us the rule book and the menu, pick from this menu, and this is what we can offer you. All we want are partners who will speak our language, who will understand us, and who will tailor solutions with us. And when we get into problems, we go back to the table and we sit and talk. Thank you very much.
There are speakers that are better after lunch. Because I want to guarantee you that if we had given you after lunch, no one would doze. Then there are speakers who are better early in the morning. But can I request that we clap for Humphrey once again? You have challenged us. You've shared with us. You've also bluntly told us the truth. And I'm sure that some of us are picking it and we can be able to take some learnings back to our institutions. I agree with you that to a certain extent, our financial sector players compete in a race that takes them to the bottom. I happen to work in the insurance sector. And there's what we call the minimum rates as offered by the regulator. And that simply means that those minimum rates are supposed to be applied by the different insurers or underwriters in this country to make sure that Humphrey and Tom, together with Honey, if they come to buy a policy, they do not buy below a certain rate. But once you get there, to be able to buy depending on which vendor has bought the business, whether it's an agent, a customer walk in, the insurer will price according to their needs. Okay, we want this premium to come in, and they will probably go below the rate. So I agree with you, and I'm sure by the time you mention it here, it's probably one of the reasons that we are here, to make sure that how do we continue to price, but also pay our pricing to the regional standards, peg our pricing to the global standards, so that we don't trace ourselves to the bottom. Do we have any questions to Humphrey that are, this one I'll allow 3 or 4 questions max. The name and the question.
Thank you so much, Humphrey. I'm Ali Wanga from Finance Trust Bank. I've actually enjoyed the discussion, and I kept thinking when you talked of banks becoming business partners than just as financial providers. The challenge that is ahead of you may be the private sector industry. There is a lot of informality in the business operations, and banks wouldn't want to be much engaged or entangled into issues of somebody who is acting informal in terms of operations, because we are regulated, and sometimes the laws, FIA, most especially when it comes to facilities under default, the law is taking, or I think here it is the industry that has not changed. So sometimes we find ourselves entangled somewhere that we don't want to change some of the, you called it a rule book, but it is determined on the regulation and how it is affecting our operations. So I think the task ahead of you, most especially in the oil and gas sector, is to ensure that we have some kind of formality in the way we operate. And if you want to bring banks on board, we want to deal with the people who are formal and the people who can at least answer some basic questions when it comes to financial operations. Thank you.
Ask me if I stop looking this side, when you raise your hand, I will not come back. So this side we are covered. Kambaga, you have a question? Okay.
Thank you very much, Humphrey. My question is is based on what you've just told us, that sometimes the issues with the players, for instance, out competing each other. Do you have the bankers, if they think somebody, to find out if somebody will pay or not pay, one of the places they go is the credit reference bureau. And now you have this information that is rather interesting, but only known to the association. Do you envisage a situation where you're going to be able to create a certain repository of information or reference points where, bankers can come to and consult you on some of these things, especially as we look at improving financing for the sector? And also, do you see opportunity? Do you see an opportunity to work with us as the institute in making some of this information known that may not maybe come through like a typical petroleum score?
Yeah, any questions this side? Okay, Humphrey, mine is a bit personal. As your border guy is taking you from one point to the other, we'll start to take you to a conversation of teri mafuta baga simadda, sort of to say there is no fuel. It's already being taken to different countries. Now, as UCMP, how are you working with the lower pyramid in terms of trying to create sensitization, because these people that do not sit with us here in the halls constitute a critical mass. And once they are not informed of what exactly is happening on ground, they can cause chaos. And of course, for USEMP, the short time I've known the institution, we are here in Sheraton, we are in Serena, we are in those places. And then I do not know if the information then gets down to make sure this critical information is shared across board.
Thank you very much. I will start with that last one on information. Yes, information would definitely be government's role, but as a chamber, we are committed to supporting and working together. One of the things we are doing this year, we are doing our 4th edition of 90 Days of Oil and Gas, where we are disseminating information to the public about oil and gas in the country. Where are we at? I mean, somebody who says, no, the oil was already taken. First and foremost, it is very viscous. It solidifies in room temperature. So they took it how? They took the solid, okay? So it's important that we pass on as much information, and we've taken that on definitely. We're going to see how to take it to the next tiers, get it out of Sheraton and Serena and take it to the border man so that he understands that no, he as a Ugandan, that natural resource still does exist and it is there. And hopefully, if nobody is corrupt to steal the money, you will benefit from it. Corruption is a different conversation altogether. Now, about the informality, that's a very good question, Mr. Ali Luanga. The informality of business, thank you for raising this. The truth of the matter is, I want to throw back the challenge to the bankers, because you need to, at some point, behave like terrorists, okay? At some point, you have to behave like terrorists. You have to decide, are you going to wait for somebody to turn 18, then you try and convert them into terrorism, okay, to make them a suicide bomber? Or will you take them from while they are still young and start sowing those seeds in their head so that by the time they are, they are even 15, they are willing to go full blast? You've got to make up your mind at what point. And many, many things in history have taught us that you've got to go to the grassroots. It's important for the banks to understand that a solution to the informality of our economy lies in your hands as well. Banks like Equity, banks like Stanbic Bank have come up with programs that assist the informal sector to formalize. Because when you do that, that person that you have assisted from informality to formality becomes a lifetime client of yours. They will swear by you, okay? So you need to be able to think that way. I'll give you some idea here. Uganda in the year 2020, Uganda in the year 2022, 2023 exported gold worth over $2.7 billion, okay, gold. One of the things that you know about gold and the exports of this country is we export a lot more gold than many other, even more than coffee. However, a lot of that gold comes from what are known as artisanal miners. Now, different from what you have in Tanzania, because the Artisanal Mining Association in Tanzania is more organized, more streamlined, more formalized, because of a deliberate effort to formalize. In Uganda, you have over 2,000 artisanal mining groups. These mining groups range from anywhere from a minimum of 30 people to 200 people per group, and they are involved in small-scale mining. When you get into their economy, when you get into it's a very, very interesting economy because, for example, they are not paid in form of cash. They are paid in form of, sometimes it is sand, sometimes is what you'd call the tailings. So in the gold, for example, the owner of the license will say, you are going to get out a ton, and from every ton, we will give you some 10 basins of these tailings. From those 10 basins of tailings, they have the ability to get out even 5 to 10 grams of gold. Understanding that ecosystem and trying to come up with a solution for it is an opportunity that the bankers need to jump on. Because if we are exporting 2.7 billion worth of gold, where is it coming from? And why is it that URA is not recording this as revenue into the country? Because it's not. All right? There is a country in East Africa I want to mention for security reasons, is one of the biggest exporters of tin in the world, has no single tin mine. None. You can go check the length and breadth, nothing. So we have to get out of our ivory towers, get into those pits, help those artisanals formalize, and then they will be the kind of people who are able to be your clients. Go to Busia, where gold is mined, okay? A study was done there. When you sit with those artisanal miners and you convince them that, you know what, we have a need and we need to raise money, they had the ability to raise $500,000 as mining groups. How? Because each and every one of them has 5 grams, 10 grams, 20 grams of gold under their pillow that they are keeping for a rainy day, that they are storing for a rainy day. Imagine that as a deposit in your bank. So that is where you need to be able to get involved in the process of assisting formalize the sector, because when you do that, then you have the people in those sectors as your clientele or as your business partners. I'll give you another example. In oil and gas, you have an individual who has been growing tomatoes, okay? His grandfather grew tomatoes, his father grew tomatoes, and now he himself is growing tomatoes, and is exactly 2 kilometers away from one of the camps that Mr. Okundo was talking about. But he is not able to sell those tomatoes to that camp. He's not able to. But when you ask where the tomatoes for that camp are coming, yes, some of them are coming from within Uganda. Yes, some of them are coming from, other parts of Uganda. And yes, it is also true, some of them are being imported. Why? Because as Ugandans, we do not have very sustainable businesses. We jump into things, but we can't run the whole race. Somebody says, yeah, I can give you 5,000 trays of eggs every month. Signs on the dotted line, everybody is happy, and they are good to go. Month 1, 5,000. Month 2, 5,000. Month 3, 5. Month 4, 4,900 eggs, and calls and says, there are 100 that are missing. I'm coming to explain. You see, this person wants eggs, not an explanation. It's that simple, the standards. So this one, who is 2 kilometers away from the camp and is unable to supply, is not able to supply because, number one, he has no NIN. He has no national ID. Because he has no national ID, he has no TIN and has no account. So McDermott or Total cannot pay him because McDermott or Total will only pay to an account and will only pay somebody who is registered. And so we are saying, and this is something we are pushing for as a chamber, and within next month, we want to bring together NIRA, we want to bring together the URSB, we want to bring URA probably into this room and say to them, how do we help that person? So that we assist them get a NIN. It shouldn't take them 6 months. He has been there, he can even show you where his great-grandfather was buried. So you can give him a NIN in 2 weeks, printing and electricity allowing. Number 2, we can get him a TIN in a day. You should be able to do that. Number 3, you, the banker, should be able to open an account for him that very same day so that Total can buy his tomatoes and not import tomatoes. One thing he will not tell you, you'll go to a camp and you'll find tilapia fish. Tilapia fish. Tilapia fish, if you've studied, is only indigenous in East Africa, isn't it? Lake Victoria, it comes from Lake Victoria. Do you know who the biggest exporter of tilapia fish in the world is? China. The biggest exporter of tilapia fish in the world is China. Why? They came here, they got the fish, they went and farmed it, and they multiplied it, and they spread it throughout the world. Tilapia fish that is exported, that is imported into Somalia, that is imported into Djibouti, CENTCOM, the biggest US base in Africa, comes from China. The leftovers, some of them make their way to, but you have tilapia here. How do we help that person become formal? It's very simple. NIN, TIN, bank account, can invoice, they pay to you, and everybody is happy. So the journey of formalization has got to include you, the banker, as well. The last question on the out competition, can we able to share information? You know, as a chamber, we are there, we exist, we are on the ground. We understand the sector. We've had our fingers burnt. I've been in this for a while. Our board members, our council members are people who are involved in this sector. And many a times when banks have had issues with certain clients, they've, you know, asked if we can assist in one way or the other. We have a very good relationship with the ministry. We meet the ministry on a quarterly. We meet PAU on a quarterly. Wherever there are issues, wherever there are bottlenecks, we try to solve them. Why am I saying all this? I'm saying this to put it to us that we are available to offer information. We are available to assist. Don't contact us only when things go wrong. Because that is what has been happening. Oh, this is your client, now things have gone wrong. Don't only come when things go wrong or when the MC chases you away.
Humphrey, thank you very much. Allow me to invite a representative from NMB to come and appreciate you this plaque for and on behalf of the organizers for your good deliveries this afternoon. I'll still represent the institute. I am sure everyone has a coupon. It is 2:38. Return time is 3:30. So unless you don't have a coupon, once you move out like this, yes? You suggest we come back at about 40 minutes of lunch. So 40 minutes of lunch puts us at what time? Huh? 3:20. So return time 3:20. The expectation is that once we return, we have one session, a recap, and then we agree on the movement tomorrow, share some specifics, and then phase 2 is the next plan for the cocktail party. Please, 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 for purposes of accountability, don't make our accountability difficult. Show up at phase 2. Because if you don't show up, then you ask us, how did we spend your $600? How did we spend this your money? Don't make it difficult for us to give you a report come next year. Thank you very much. Lunch is served. We'll move out there. Do not forget to pray for your lunch. May the Lord be with you. See you 20 minutes past 3.
out with the sole purpose of being the best provider of financial services in a sustainable manner, especially microfinance, to all people, particularly in rural areas. Over the years, we've grown into Uganda's biggest and fastest growing bank with an asset base of 6.4 trillion, serving over 3 million customers and businesses in agriculture, microfinance sector, SMEs, women, youth, and corporate segments. In our quest to drive financial inclusion, we've taken our bank closer to our customers with over 80 branches across the country and multiple banking channels, including over 7,400 agents, Center Mobile Banking, Center Online Banking, Center Visa Debit and Prepaid Cards, and MasterCard Platinum debit card. Over 3 million have written our story of becoming Uganda's biggest and fastest growing bank. The story continues. Centenary Bank. Centenary Bank is regulated by the Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. Up to 10 million. Terms and conditions apply. Centenary Bank is a member of the Center Group. The Center story started where we opened our doors nearly 41 years ago, with our roots deeply placed in the Catholic Church. We set out with the sole purpose of being the best provider of financial services in a sustainable manner, especially microfinance, to all people, particularly in rural areas. Over the years, we've grown into Uganda's biggest and fastest growing bank with an asset base of 6.4 trillion, serving over 3 million customers and businesses in agriculture, microfinance sector, SMEs, women, youth, and corporate segments. On our quest to drive financial inclusion, we've taken our bank closer to our customers with over 80 branches across the country and multiple banking channels, including over 7,400 agents, Center Mobile Banking, Center Online Banking, Center Visa Debit and Prepaid Cards, and MasterCard Platinum Debit Card. Over 3 million have written our story of becoming Uganda's biggest and fastest growing bank. The story continues. Centenary Bank. Centenary Bank is regulated by the Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda. Up to 10 million. Terms and conditions apply. Centenary Bank is a member of the Center Group. Explore, enjoy, and dance to the latest content, beats, and kawozi from Uganda and beyond. Simply go to your Play Store or App Store right now, find Afro Mobile, download it straight to your phone, and get started. Is it TV you want? Simply open the app, click on TV, select the channel you want, and watch live. Are you busy right now? Then check out On Demand or enjoy in your free time. Afro Mobile. The future is now. Explore, enjoy, and dance to the latest content, beats, and kawozi from Uganda and beyond. Simply go to your Play Store or App Store right now, find Afro Mobile, download it straight to your phone, and get started. Is it TV you want? Simply open the app, click on TV, select the channel you want, and watch live. Are you busy right now? Then check out On
career banker with 24 years of experience. She has worked with 3 international banks, and she's actively involved in investment, micro investments, women, youth, agriculture, and investment. She loves sustainability, and she loves matters to do with sustaining institutions in a direction that they continue to survive. Allow me request that we put our hands together for the Executive Director, Public Sector and Social Investments, Elizabeth Marinde Kasede, to come and speak to us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody is happily satisfied after enjoying the gifts of life. It gives me a great honor to get this opportunity to present on behalf of our Managing Director at Equity Bank, Mr. Anthony Shtuka, and also on behalf of the Equity Group team headed by Dr. James Mwangi. This being the East African Banking School Conference, it posed a very exciting opportunity for us to share what we have been doing, and I wish to thank Goretti Masade and Dr. Mary Kansima, who insisted that I come. When we think about school, remember many interesting things, but what we've got for the past 2 days, even the times that we stepped out, we were following, because this is live on NBS. So we are really, really privileged to get the opportunity to train, to learn and share experiences. What the institutes have done for us is enable us to sit humbly together as banks and not compete, but learn from each other. So I wish us to give applause to the members who have organized this thing as I go to. We promise to participate better next time. So the topic was embedding SDGs in banking and finance. In banking and finance business for sustainable, let me repeat the topic. Embedding SDGs in banking and finance business for shared value. So, strong sentence, but what we pick is how do we both coexist, the business, banking, and the community, and shared value for everybody. We typically want to focus on our own profits. I know most of the banks here have targets. I don't know if you share your targets, because that is also shared value. But I think in the essence of this discussion is how do we share with the community around us? Maybe just to take people back on what the sustainable SDG stands for, Sustainable Development Goals. I just thought I should explain what that is, just in case there's someone who doesn't know what the SDGs are. They were set up by the UN Conference on Sustainable Development in 2012. There are 17. So the United Nations decided that in order for sustainable development for the entire world and ourselves to participate, we dream of a world where, number 1, there's no poverty, 2, zero hunger, good health, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation, infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, partnerships for goals. Sustainable goal number 17 is what we are doing here. We are actually partnering in order to achieve all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals because we cannot do it alone. So what I'm going to talk about here is the approach that Equity has taken in supporting the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I believe all of you here in some way are touching one of the goals. Those who are in initiatives that are reducing poverty, those who are in initiatives for reducing hunger. So these goals reunite all of us in the world and all the different players in trying to create a sustainable development. So our approach at Equity Bank, we have our corporate philosophies and our vision. We are driven by our purpose, which is to transform lives, give dignity, and expand opportunities for wealth creation. Our vision is to champion social, economic prosperity for the people of Africa. We are a regional bank, we focus on the people of Africa, but that doesn't mean we don't collaborate with the people in the rest of the world. The way we do it, we run two engines. In terms of sustainability, we have the Equity Group Holdings, which is the business. Then we have the Equity Group Foundation. In the business, we offer financial services for customers that socially and economically empower them. And proudly, we focus mainly on the SME and the micro. We also work through the foundation to engage with our communities and look after, transform our lives through designing and implementing innovative ways and programs which use our infrastructure to reach our customers and also add value to them. So what we try to do is leverage the group's infrastructure, our resources, be it branches, be it the systems, to create high impact social programs. So our branches are stationed specifically in business areas so that we can reach closer to the people who need us the most. So we are present in 7 countries. Due to the fact that this was an East Africa based conference and we have our brothers and sisters from across, we have positioned this as a sustainable development partnership for along East Africa. Our goals is to, the way we do it, we are embedding whatever we do along with the communities. We have an authentic connection with the community. And as you can see, we have a lot of programs that we do. But we have chosen 6 specific areas where we create business models that empower the beneficiaries rather than create a dependency. So most of our communities right now are in twofold. We find that those who are waiting to our government to Yambe, donors are coming in, but at the same time, we have the opportunity to convert those ones into people who can create value and also create business sustainably so that they can manage. If you have got that donor paycheck or someone has given you a handout or a grant, what happens after that grant is finished? How do we convert that into a sustainable value-adding business or work together with others so that we can create continuous value? Our 6 chosen areas are the areas that we connect with dignity. Sustainability and dignity go together because what you're trying to do is, in translation, effectively is to survive. Whatever you're doing, how sustainable is it? How sustainable is your life? If you overeat, is that sustainable? Sustainability is all about survival. If you run a business and keep drawing cash out of it, will that business survive? Whenever we say the word sustainability, how do we translate it in Uganda? I will ask one of the Baganda banks here to tell us. Maybe the MC Gava can assist. Sustainable is what? She has told us, Okuwanga. So we have chosen areas that touch on human dignity. And I believe the 17 Sustainable Development Goals also touch on human dignity. What we are trying to do is put a human face to financial services. Don't focus too much on the profit, we will make profit in order to sustain the community work that we are doing. So if the bank does not survive, how will we do the work that we are all doing here? But at the same time, the financial institutions cannot survive on their own without looking at the communities around them. So if I go back to the example that was given by Humphrey from Chamber of Mines, he's saying the man has been planting tomatoes, but how will he survive if no one is buying them? So how do we create a sustainable supply of tomatoes while at the same time keep that gentleman and his family thriving? Because we want to move from surviving to thriving. Maybe we can change them. Again, I always try to say things which I believe we can translate to that man who has tomatoes in Bulisa. I should be able to tell him in his mother tongue that I want him to move from surviving to thriving. So that's the way the banking industry can basically convert whatever we're doing, though we're adding value to ourselves, also create a sustainable development for those around us. So the 6 areas: energy and environment, healthcare, education and leadership, food and agriculture. Food, of course, deals with hunger, but I'll explain a little bit better. Enterprise development and financial inclusion. All of us here, we are on capacity building, but we are already financially included. So that person who sells tomatoes, we are not able to link to them because they are not financially included. But I want to grow as a bank. So I need to create that future client of mine. In fact, we are doing all those activities to see how we can financially include those people. And that is our pillar of enterprise development and financial inclusion. Then social protection, this is an area where we focus on people who have been affected by extreme poverty or deprived. Those are who are in refugee camps or have been affected by natural disasters, to try and protect them because they are underserved. Because the idea is for them to gain some dignity through whatever services that will reach out to them. So I could probably break down how the work that we do is linked to the sustainable development goals. So in education and leadership at Equity Group in Kenya, they are giving scholarships for children from underprivileged neighborhoods. And so far they have done, over the last 13 years, trained around 60,000. In Uganda, we have not done scholarships, but we're still in process of trying to find that fund. But we've had 300 students that are interning with us at the bank, but they are from underprivileged areas, but who are the best performers. Why are we doing that? We're doing that because we're giving those children an opportunity to work in the bank, earn a little money, we train them, and also continue learning in the university. But we also give them life skills. They get access to the kind of education they won't get in school. We train them on leadership so that they start assuming the leadership positions when they are still young. Why would we do that? We're trying to deal with SDG number 8, decent work and economic growth. Then there's SDG number 4, quality education. All these SDGs, I mentioned them, the 17. Then SDG number 5 is gender equality. Can we spread this across to the girls, to the boys, to the women, and the youth across the board? So this is a continuation of that. We also do it when we do the education programs, we are trying to deal with the poverty, SDG. We train them on climate awareness. We train them and also work with different partnerships to do this work. So in food and agriculture, which is the other pillar, we have supported so many farmers. I don't want to talk too much about the numbers because across East Africa, there are so many farmers that we are supporting. At Equity, we also have an agriculture unit. And even if you don't necessarily have an agriculture unit, about 60% of the business across the country, where we have 50 branches, If you go to the west, if you go to the north, you're dealing with agriculture. So from a banking perspective, agriculture may be perceived to be risky, but you still need to participate in agriculture because SDG number 2 is zero hunger. Now, with climate change, there are some areas which could produce for themselves and they no longer produce for themselves. Can we, bankers or financial institutions, can we be sustainable if we ignore funding agriculture? For how long can we last if we don't support agriculture? So all steps must be taken to support agriculture. I will not say when I was in P7, I remember we used to answer that question, what is the backbone of Uganda's economy? Those who studied in Uganda's system, you know the answer. I don't know if it is still the one, because it's long since I saw the primary school paper. But what is the backbone of Uganda's economy? But are we supporting it? We don't have to wait for the government to support it. It's our duty in line with sustainable development to support food and agriculture, to support zero hunger, because when we get hungry at whatever level we are, we lose every ounce of dignity. Are we together? So surviving and thriving without food, even if you survive, but will you thrive? So why are we acting like food is not critical? So we have to be part of the solution in terms of creating such. And there's no development if you're not eating. So zero hunger, good health is sustained. SDG number 3, good health. SDG number 6, clean water, decent work. All this is in line with provision of not only activities, but food. Production of food creates good, decent work. But you have to do that in a way that benefits even the farmers. Let's not do practices that shortchange the farmers. So even as we develop different value chains within agriculture as financial institutions, which is what we do at Equity, we make sure that we are creating value for the farmer, for the aggregator, for even the one they sell to, right up to the point of export. All that is in performance of the SDGs. So within energy, environment, and climate change, we do our best to reach as many households as we can. We are participating in tree planting. I know most of you are, and it is only in order. It's only in order that the banks and financial institutions participate in creating a greener climate. The impact of climate change is here for all of us. If you're in a flooded house, however beautiful it is, however much you spent so much with your wonderful furniture, do you have dignity? No. Are you thriving? Are you surviving? Is it a sustainable environment? So it's so important that we are alive to this. So within the energy and environment pillar, we look at all these clean water. So we're basically in every sector that we are focusing on. We're looking at life underwater. We talked about tilapia. There are experts who can talk about that. Are we supporting it? The people who are involved in fish, have we taken time to understand it? So it is in our interest, apart from understanding our specialism or our skill in financing, we can do more. That's why it was very good for us to come here and learn about oil and gas, because it's one thing to know about financing, but if you don't understand the risks within oil and gas, we shall all be afraid to play. That's why they were asking, has this money passed through our local banks? So Goretti and team, we shall attend the courses. Those who can afford, can make it cheap for us, but we will look for the money so that we can participate. When it comes to climate change and agriculture, we are part of, what can I say, the effort to try and make the oil and gas production in Uganda sustainable. But we are not directly involved in the what we call the tier 1. At Equity, we happily support the ecosystem around the food that is supplied in Bulisa. We support some of the SMEs, some of them at tier 3 level. As they explained earlier, you find the first contract was 2 billion. The next year is given a contract of 200 million. The next year is given a contract of 40 million. For us, we are here. We have to support our people, not to be left out. And I was happy when PAU announced that there are some specific areas which are cut out for local content. We must support the local content. That is all part of the sustainable development goals. When it comes to healthcare, it's a new, I wouldn't say it's a new sector, but within the group, we have started working on insurance and also supporting to build clinics around the business centers so that our business people can not go very far when they are looking for affordable healthcare. And it is quite simple. Everybody gets sick, but we don't want our business people to go very far. We shall soon open these clinics in Uganda. We'll not start with very many, we'll just sample. What it is to promote the younger doctors to set up business. At the same time, put affordable healthcare near the business centers so that that one-man business or a micro doesn't have to go leave their business and go far looking for healthcare. Can they go nearby and get insured treatment and go back to their business station? That's in terms of sustainable development goal number 3, good health and well-being. You do business when you have good health and well-being. Decent work, obviously, and economic growth. Your business people, if they are healthy, they will do decent work and they will also create more jobs. That's how we look at it. So when it comes to social protection, I mentioned the refugees and those who are in abject poverty. We do partner with the donors to provide ways they can use their paychecks better. There is the cash-based transfer system that is run by WFP and all the other donors, UNHCR across these areas. But what happens when they get that money? Ours is to try and work with them as they get financially first registered, included, identified. So the role of financial inclusion starts with, first of all, we have to create a financial identity. Then you have to create the financial registration. Then before you get included, you get an account. Then that process Humphrey was talking about. So they have a card, but that card sort of gives them a right to transact. And then they get some sort of free mobility. They can move around with a card instead of moving with cash. Then it also gives them an opportunity to register themselves and get a credit. I think I could shift that to a credit identity. They can borrow against the card, but within their groups. So that way they can even have an opportunity to have some hope in future. So what started out like a grant, maybe they've given them 40,000, which is really small, but if they save together, they can do something. And then we also train them with financial literacy. So here we're looking at no poverty, zero hunger, gender equality, reduced inequality. All those are the goals that we are looking at. But in all the things the financial institutions do, depends where you settle, the area you focus, you can all participate in the sustainable development goals. So when it comes to enterprise development and financial inclusion, the other one is also financial literacy. We have to play a big part. So these are the jobs we've created in partnership with so many other like-minded partners, which include Mastercard Foundation. Of course, I mentioned WFP. We have Aseli Global. We have ABI Finance. There are so many partners. Most importantly, we are not doing it alone. You may not have, as financial institutions, enough money or funding that are available to do this extra, but the funds are available globally because everyone wants to participate in sustainable growth. So when we do this, we do financial literacy, we train in agriculture, we set up specifically a women's solution we call Equimama, bring all the women together in the different groups, whether they are farmers, whether they are traders, train them and enable them to grow their businesses or set up small establishments, which eventually grow. Also with the youth, we partnered with the MasterCard Foundation in the Young Africa Works so that we create youth in work. So those are the numbers of some of the jobs we have created. The formula at Equity is that each small business can create 5 jobs. So if we create 25 million businesses and they all create jobs, we can create more jobs. So the ideal, of course, now, Mama Duka can have someone who cooks, the borderman, the one who does, I don't know, the hair. So those are 3 people employed by one small business. So if we look at it that way, we are creating a sustainable development goal. So I think those are the main areas. Of course, we're doing also innovation and technology. That's a lot. That's a whole story. Yesterday, Goretti, with your team, we learned a lot about cyber, about AI. I mean, the world should not leave us behind. So industry and innovation, that is sustainable development goal number 9. Of course, the more we train ourselves, train our people about the new innovations, and please, can we have another session of that training on the digital transformation? It's important that we all equip ourselves so that we are not left behind. Then, of course, gender equality. Let us spread it across the board. Our innovation pillar, we are working with young people. And again, if there's an opportunity to partner, we'll take it to see how we can help them to develop their ideas. Because we realized we are not the ones going to create the ideas of tomorrow, but our young people are willing. I'm not saying we will finance the startup. Typically, our regulation may not allow us to, but we will work with whoever is willing to do that and see how we can de-risk and see how we can create the development in this, because we cannot grow. So some of our numbers of what we've done, obviously we have to talk about we want to grow to 100 million by 2025. Right now in Uganda, we have 2 million clients, hoping to close this year with 3.1 million. That's how we hope that Equity will sustain itself, at least Equity Uganda, but glad to be part of this presentation, and I can take you back maybe to the goals. Thank you so much. Take it back. I wanted to go back to the first slide, maybe. I expect some questions from there, but it's okay. I'm done. No.
Thank you very much. You are the 3rd participant of the workshop that I have not come to coerce to leave. So thank you very much but it also means that you saw my eye give it to you from the other side properly. So you didn't wait for me to stand. So thank you very much for reading and understanding sign language. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversation has been specific to Elizabeth, but also the institution she serves. I'm sure we want to probe a bit in terms of the institutional arrangements, and so we can be able to, pick and compare notes. Remember that our spirit of togetherness allows us to cooperate more rather than looking at ourselves as competitors. I'm sure that all of us remember that Mona, the CEO of ABI, ably shared yesterday and said that the pie is big. And so that means that we need to be able to get, into those segments where many of us haven't yet reached, to be able to continue serving the ordinary Ugandan. So I'll quickly jump into the questions. I want to pick a maximum of 3 questions. Photographer, you have a question. What a conference. What a conference. Priscilla, Arthur, please, Pamela, help me with the microphone. I am surprised for the first time. I'm seeing a photographer ask a question. The name and then your name and then the question. I want to hope that the question is not going to be around loans to photographers and how they don't support you, but feel free to share your question.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isaac Henry Mwanguzi. I am the head of photography at Next Media. I also am the CEO or founder of We Can Do It Photo Exhibition. Yeah, so I use photography to champion inclusion for people living with disabilities. I got inspired by my sister, who is deaf. She was born okay. At some stage, she got sick and lost her hearing. So since 2021, I've been holding exhibitions. I go capture stories, then hold an exhibition. Basically telling a story about these people. So since we have been talking about finance and banking, I want to ask you, how intentional are all of you in regards to people living with disabilities? Do you have ramps? Do you finance them intentionally? Do you have sign language interpreters in your halls? When these people, I have a friend, when he has to go to the ATM machine, he has to go with someone. He's not independent. Someone knows his password. So in your communications, when you are, for instance, I've seen some ATM machines, some have the braille on them, on the keys, some have the earphones. But do the people know that actually this machine is user-friendly to them? Have you, are you intentional about it? Have you communicated that? So basically my question is, how intentional are you towards this group of people? Also maybe going further, when I come to your offices, maybe, kindly, I mean, because I'm soon starting up a TV show called We Can Do It. Sorry, called Did You Know? We Can Do It is the exhibition, but the show will be called Did You Know? So I want to come to you and maybe Equity, you tell us what you do. So we tell the masses, did you know Equity does this? Did you know Centenary Bank does this in regards to that? So when I come to you, kindly open your doors. Thank you.
What's your name? Your name?
Oh, my name is Isaac Henry Mwanguzi.
Isaac Henry Mwanguzi. How do people follow you on social media?
On Twitter, it is Mwanguzi Isaac Henry.
People write, you may not be interested, but you know someone who is interested. Because we don't want you to come back to the institute asking for these details.
Mwanguzi
We want you to come
Isaac
to the institute to learn.
Henry H, like no space. Mwanguzi Isaac Henry H.
Okay.
H. Yeah.
That's on Twitter.
Thank you so much. Yes. Please.
Are you on TikTok?
Yes, yeah, I'm on TikTok as well.
You are there?
Yes,
okay,
please,
what's
but
the TikTok account?
I use my company name, Zocol, Z-O-C-O-L.
Zocol.
Photography. Yeah, photography.
How do you spell Zocol?
Z-O-C-O-L. Photography, UG.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much.
I hope these people of NBS have not filmed everything. Because then it will worry your employers. But thank you very much. I decided to leave because you have a story that touches the heart. I like the way you are inspired. I'm sure that institutions in here, please don't think that it's only Equity Bank. The Institute of Banking brings together other players, just like KIB, just like TIB. They bring together different bankers. So you're not only speaking to them. I want to show you regional players. I want to show you the head of membership at TIOB and KIOB. Please raise your hands, our delegates from TZ and Kenya. Yes. So those that you're seeing, it's nice that as we move into the East African community, these perspectives are regional. So that if Equity Uganda is not doing it, Equity Kenya, you have players who speak and understand your language. But thank you very much. I'm sure that that is one that speaks to all banks in the house in terms of being inclusive to all different communities of people that we have. Yes, your name and question.
Yes, thank you. Cassius Musasira. I head sustainability at Diamond Trust Bank. I just want to re-echo what he just talked about. It was very powerful. And to just say that, for example, for us at DTB, among the initiatives that we are really implementing is that we have taken this inclusivity really at heart to the point that we've dedicated 2% of our procurement spend. And that is the intentionality he's talking about. 2% of our procurement spend to go towards the differently enabled persons. We have gone ahead and said effective this year, we will be recruiting 5 differently enabled persons into the DTB workforce. And then we'll be doing 5 subsequently each year. We have a target that by 2030, the time when we will reevaluate, we need to have had about 12% of our workforce from these groups. Then additionally, we are always conducting webinars. So we move around, we are partnering with these organizations, and then we want to create lots of awareness in the bank in as far as these groups are concerned. So for me, when I hear him talk about it, it's really something that takes me back home, and I would encourage you to come, and then we'll see how we can move this forward. Thank you.
So I think you will not hate Uganda anymore. So you have now so many institutions that are rooting for you. Yes.
Thank you. Ali Lwange again. I've forgotten her name.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
Yes.
Now, looking at the 17 SDGs that she has put our attention, and also looking at the primary motive for the commercial banks, I don't see that it augurs well. For sure, it doesn't augur well because the motive that many banks have is making profit. And when you look at the 17 SDGs, it is purely more to do with charity, sustainability, and so many other things. And she was talking of doctors, attracting a doctor to go to a village or to the market that you think it must have economic value, economic incentive. So I thought it is important that if banks are to engage in this, it requires a lot of low funding bases. And again, it may require a lot of de-risking measures for us to engage in such sustainable goals. So I thought you are going to share with us how you do it in equity. You talked over the healthcare, how you are there, who are the de-riskers, how do you get the low funding and from who? Thank you so much.
Please note that Elizabeth had to use 45 minutes. We only gave her 20. And we've also put her under a lot of pressure to work within the 20. But I'm sure, Elizabeth, you have, because I noticed issues to do with gender equality. Certainly. Those are conversations that many banks are doing, but she's going to elaborate more in those spaces. Do you have any more hands? All right. Elizabeth, do you want to?
Thank you for that question. Yes, as I mentioned, in order for the financial institutions to survive, we must make profit. That's why I said when it comes to targets, you find I don't even want to share with my friend next door because they are my targets and I must win them. But over time, we realize that this is not sustainable. Are we going to stay working with only those who are profitable, or are we going to create new businesses by supporting them? It is true, we have de-risking partnerships and there are quite many. I did mention ABI Finance. They de-risk on agriculture, especially the smallholder farmers. When it comes to healthcare, in Uganda, we have the Uganda Health Management Group. It is funded by different health providers across the world. After COVID, there was more deliberate investment in healthcare by different global companies. So in equity, we have joined together with Warren Buffett's foundation. They are interested in seeing these clinics being put up across. So it's not that they pay for everything, but they actually want to find out exactly how that clinic is going to impact that area. So if you're talking about villages, how do we reach there? How do you set up the clinic? But that clinic has to thrive. So we don't want to get to a stage where someone comes in, the typical CSR, what we call corporate social responsibility. You come, put there the clinic, build it, put equipment, then you go. That person has also done something for you, but who's going to maintain the clinic? Who's going to run the machinery? Are the people in that village willing to use that clinic? Are you in partnership with government? What have you got the right approval? So it's a whole system, a coordinated system. It has run successfully in Kenya. There are around 100 clinics. So we are hoping to start them here. But of course, we can't do it without all the permissions that we need. And the challenge can be, why are you doing it alone? Why don't you partner with the health center? What's the difference between yours and ours? You know, some discussions, but it has to be intentional, go through the steps. That's on the healthcare part. There is also the element of climate health. Do you want to do only clinics, or do you want to do it in such a way that the clinics, what are they treating anyway? Is it a walk-in? Are you doing just outpatient? How far do you want to go? And in terms of the financial institution that would participate in such a thing, which we have done, we in Kenya, we have specifically done outpatient so that it can serve those communities near. But the fact is, where you put a health center, people will come. They will come as long as they can find what they need. And if you start something, the solutions come. And what we have realized is that once you begin on a certain journey, the partners eventually follow you. Those global companies are there. I'll give you some of the partners. I didn't come with the entire list. Typically, in our presentations, we always put our partners, but I didn't get to that point where we talk about them, but there are quite many. There's the USAID, those big foundations, the Global Fund. In Europe, we have all those big companies that have put aside foundations, but some of them put the funds in specific programs like the UN. So if there's a UN looking at a health program, then you follow it up to that. Information is there. We just have to have the intent. For example, the young man Mwanguzi talked about disability, but he didn't know. Diamond Trust does it. I have mentioned your bank. I hope I'm safe. But we are in it together. Is that fine? So as the institute, I was talking to Goretti, the ESG demands certain things that we must do. And the central bank has tasked all of us as banks in this market to sign up for the ESG program. And we're going to have guidelines. I don't know to what extent the team from the central bank explained, but where we are going, we all have to participate in the Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah.
Asante sana. That was for you, Elizabeth. So thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule from office, from the targets and other commitments to be with us here as organizers, the Institute of Banking, Uganda, Kenya, and then Tanzania. I want to invite the head of membership at the Kenya Institute of Banking to come. I also want to invite our conference convener to really say thank you to you. Your time here. We have a plaque that we've organized for you so that when you go back home, you tell your children how the day went. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 looks like it has come to the end of its beginning. I want to say that I will give my parting shots as your host for these 2 days. But because I am not the chief servant of the Institute of Banking and Financial Services, allow me to invite the chief servant, who's your host, to come and give a wrap-up, way forward, action areas, and I request that we put our hands together for Goreti Masade to come and speak to us.
Wow. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Can we clap for ourselves first? What an event it has been. A very good 2 days, I believe. If we think and reflect on our topic or our theme, the role of financial services in the sustainable development of our regional economies, do we think that we have done it justice? So I want to take the opportunity to thank you so very, very much for being here until now. It's not been easy. It's not easy to be in this room up to now. But you have done it, and all the way from the different countries. Thank you so much. I know that we had a very good wrap up for day 1. So without wasting much time, I want to just take us a little bit about through day 2. And then maybe beyond that, we can look at some of the action points. And if you feel I've left out any, I'll be very delighted for you to point them out so that we all go home sure of what we want to do next. But maybe before I go there, hasn't it been delightful that we've had the important key personalities in this room from the very beginning? We were graced by the central bank. That means a lot. The central bank was here, and that means they've endorsed everything we are talking about, and they started us off in the right way, in ethics and integrity, which goes down to the core of our industry, the issue of trust. We have had our CEOs talking to us. Yes, captains of the industry were here in this room. And before that, today we had the ministry represented. Not only one ministry, the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We have got associations, the bankers and the extractives. I think we are in the right place in as far as places or sectors that are supposed to support us in developing our economies. The pension sector, the man himself, the chairperson, was here. So I think we are really, really in good hands in as far as whatever we have come up with from this conference is concerned. This morning, like I said, I started off with a bit of fear. Going through that topic of geopolitical influences on the financial sector and how we banks should prepare for a bipolar world. We were taken through a journey of how multipolar became bipolar and now could become bipolar in different structures, different powers, and how we could end up in a multipolar world. And I think it reminded us of how we should be assessing risk with a bigger global perspective, not as a tick-off, but intentionally. And I'm hoping that we can take that back to our strategists if they are not in the room. When we went to carbon markets, Paul Muthaura managed to demystify and mystify it some more. I think it was very clear to us that as bankers, we need to understand what we are dealing with. It was very clear, especially following the first topic, that a number of frameworks, policies, issues are not designed for us. They're not designed for Africa. And it was so bad for us to learn towards the end that actually what we are trying to do is to organize ourselves in terms of carbon markets and come up with a common understanding as Africa. That comparison with a person with multiple women, the one who wants a bungalow, the one who wants a mansion, and the one who wants a wheelbarrow, that I think that wasn't quite good. That hit hard. And the fact that carbon markets in Europe, I mean, carbon credits to a European country is bought at $80, and ours is $8. What is that? Yet we are the ones who are suffering. But did we know this? So I thought that was also very eye-opening and something that we really, really need to. And of course, we were challenged then by the chairperson, PK Chimbowa, to say, why aren't we on these tables as Uganda? Can we applaud Kenya, our brothers? I think we've been challenged to say, how do we get to that table in some of these things? Now he did it miss words. We know him, he doesn't miss any words. And he has always these very beautiful statements to make his, put his point across. He told us we could be fake bankers. But are we really banking? If you have, for instance, family businesses that were powerful in the 1950s, the banks that were banking them still exist, the businesses don't. He asked us to do more. SMEs are failing. What are we doing about it? He talked about the pension sector and what we can do. He reminded us that if you do not have second generation, told us all of you here are first generation, most of you, you're just earning some money. What are we going to do to make sure you have second generation, third generation, and fourth generation? And what is the role of banks in this? I think he challenged us to partner with the sector and insurance to make sure that these things come to fruition. He said something that we are in the business of seductive embrace of, we are seductively embracing mediocrity by letting our children, let me use that word, letting our children go with people, or letting yourselves go with people without a gold pot and the liquidity what? Liquidity number. So I think he has also challenged us. There has to be a gold pot. I think he has reminded us that if you're busy farming and you want, you're probably dreaming, because when the children, when they are finally away from your house, I think he's told us home, they are not about to be looking after you. Only 15% said they would, just as a reminder. So I think there's a lot of work to do for ourselves to ensure that we can sustain ourselves in the future. Now, when we went to oil and gas, I want to quote somebody who said they thought their teams were working, but they were not being mentioned anywhere. In oil and gas. Meanwhile, they are busy, they know they have an office. They are managers, they are officers, but they are not being mentioned anywhere. What's going on? We can say that we are probably part of the problem, that can we educate ourselves more to understand what's up? But we've been challenged. How do we support, how do we actively engage in the sector? How do we educate ourselves to know what to do? How do we support our businesses to, I think you've just also mentioned it, contracts starting from I don't know what, million, billions, and then they go reducing. Whose problem is it? Are you just happy taking the 40 million contract when you are seeing somebody's going all the way down? Going back to PK's question, what are those 3 questions you can ask your SME? What is it what is missing? What's the next opportunity? How can me as your banker support you? Do we ask these questions? Again, coming back to the mineral sector, we've also been told how informal it is. We were challenged, somebody asked, we were being told, let's not wait. Let's develop our own clientele. Can we support them to formalize? Wasn't it an eye-opener to know how much money is in the gold business, for instance? To know that there are billions out there going out, or to know that there is a country that is the biggest exporter of tin when they are not the owners of it. And what are we doing? I think it's what this theme has done for us is to say, We can't continue playing as just for our own good, but how are we developing the community and the country? Now, sustainability, I can't say more. We've had a lot, and I think we've looked at the strategies, how banks are doing it. Stanbic told us how they've gone about it. And then we come to equity, and they're telling you SDGs. I think equity, what I've loved the most are the numbers. The moment you put all the way from Sanjay, Stanbic to you, the moment you have the numbers right, you know what you're driving at. And the moment you know the impact you're creating, you're driven some more. And I think that's quite good, and we thank you very, very much. Now, of course, Isaac, I think he's been the icing on the cake. The icing on the cake to tell us that these discussions are not just for you, bankers. So that means that if we engage our people more, these conversations continue, there's a lot we can get from this. And wasn't that powerful? So maybe Madam Convener and the whole professional development, the membership department where our financial literacy is anchored, there's a lot of work to be done just listening to this. So what next? There were so many key takeaways from this. And I think what we have been told is in terms of takeaways from here. I talked already about the global perspective in everything we are doing, not just the macroeconomic environment as was done this morning, but that ESG thing, the environment that we are working in, and all these frameworks that are supposed to be supporting us. Somebody put it clearly, you pollute and then you pay yourself to pollute some more. Those things to think about. The partnerships in ESG, the whole idea of who pays, who does and who benefits, coming all the way from yesterday and coming through clearly in equity, and how they are leveraging these funds from other people has come through. Partnerships that PK is talking about, he's asked us as the Institute to champion a discussion between the bankers, the pension sector, and insurance to deepen access to these services, yeah? And not just services, access to the opportunity. I think that is critical, something we have to do. And then, of course, the cultivation of new clients. That's an action point. We are going out there to cultivate new clients. And I think we've been told to be proactive about our development. Overall, banks, can we be productive about the development of your clients, but also the development of this country? In a nutshell, educating ourselves. I think it has been fundamental. We know little. We know very little. What we know our targets. We know our business and how it's going to help us to achieve our targets. We know how we are managing risk up to a certain level. Yes? And we know how we are going to get those profits. But do we know our role? Or somebody said, do we know how powerful we are in driving the development of our region, of our country, of our people, first of all, our country, region, and beyond? I think for me, in a nutshell, that's what I can say is what I got from this. You have very many points written down, very many key lessons, but I think for us, those are the challenges that have been brought for us, proactive and intentional. There was intentionality and drive. It's one thing to know these things, but we need to have the drive to go back and speak to the board, speak to leadership, speak to the board, speak to the ministry, speak to partners. It's going to be important for us. So what's going to happen? There are presentations as we go out. My partner from KIB, I hope you say something small after this. I would have loved you to be just here, but you will do that. So there are presentations as you go out that have been prepared for you. And can we clap for the team? Some are likely to also be sent to you in soft copy so that you can remind yourselves. We are going to put together a conference report by the convener, and that conference report will also come to you, and a number of the things I've not spoken to will be in that report. I want to thank you for being so smart today. You know, when we're going through this dress code, so dress code. So we decided it would be Africa today. Then I went home. And sometimes I tell my team, I am quite open. They say, you're such an open book. So I went home and I thought about it and I called Christine. Hey, but this thing, as bankers, how shall we, and ethics, professionalism, I said, it's done. It's already gone. We are going to be in Africa. And I'm really grateful that we did it. You look beautiful. I hope we know what we are wearing tomorrow. Denim and white. In the morning, in the evening, cowboy. And the next day we are going in safari. Brown, green, and all those things, beige. For those that we did not tell today, please forgive us, but you all still looked beautiful. We are going for the cocktail at phase 2. I hope that we will enjoy it. I'm sure we will. And then, of course, tomorrow at 6 a.m., 6 a.m., we are setting off. I hope some of you brought your bags like was advised by Director Mary. Tomorrow, we will also have some good time after we've been to Kingfisher, which we had is in Chikube. You know, we've been saying Bulisa. That's the education we need. Bulisa is where we have Tilenga. Chikube is where we have Kingfisher. In the evening, we'll probably have a campfire. I don't know what they are preparing, but let's wait and see. And then we'll go to the national park early morning on Friday before we return. So allow me to thank you as participants. You've done an amazing job already. I said that, been attentive. Our sponsors, we wouldn't have done this without you. We want to thank you so much. NBS in a special way. I think you've been called, hey, we can see you, or whatever is happening. And again, through the partnerships and conference convener, thank you so much. All this was said, no, this thing must happen. And we thank you, NBS, for coming through and doing this very well with us. Now, allow me to call the whole entire team of UIBFS. The organizers, I want to thank you in a very special way. Please come. Anybody from UIBFS who's here, please come. Director of Ceremonies, I already thanked you. Hasn't he done as well? Thank you so much. Mr. Ronald Mugwanya was a very, very critical part in developing this program under the directorship of Director Mary, Dr. Mary Kansime. Priscilla was already introduced. Director Christine, I don't know, she just moved to phase 2. I don't know what you're going to do. Why you're going to give her a hug, all of you, I don't know. But she has coordinated everything in a very impeccable manner. We really, really thank her. So our day ends here for now, the first part of our conference. It will be the sitting down ends now, and then we go into phase 2. So with those very few remarks, I want to thank you once again for completing this. And I hope we are going to have a group picture in our African wear, wherever it is. Thank you so much.
Have a staff picture?
Yes.
Peter, allow me also invite you, share a statement as part of the organizers before we wrap up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here again and to speak for the second day. I'm sure yesterday you may not have been able to know how emotional we were about this particular event. We've heard about a few things happening in Kenya. But you were saying, Peter, try and do everything possible to go to Uganda. And thankfully, whatever events happened the last couple of days were a bit quieter. So the traveling was not so much of a trouble, but they were very keen and saying, do everything possible. Even if you go for 1 day, 2 days, 1.5, but please make sure that you go to Uganda. They really asked me, because at times there were doubts. Are we going to make it? How are things? You cannot leave your house when things are not, you're not very sure whether they are, to go to another house. But this other house is also our house. So now they were saying, balance out, and then God has been gracious, it has been well. And yesterday I brought greetings from Kenya, and I can tell you they were very heartfelt. Even today they called and asked me, how is everything? Did everything go well? And I said, yes. We're very happy about Paul Muthaura also coming, and I'm happy that the remarks that came from Paul were very good and were very well taken. Just to give you a little bit of very short history. My first 12 years in banking were in Standard Chartered. Financial markets, foreign exchange, money markets, and treasury sales. And I picked something called capacity building. And I used to ask myself, the high standards that we have here in Standard Chartered, are we able to do this so that the other banks can be at the same standard with us, and we have a very vibrant treasury market? I was fortunate enough to do my first assignment at Diamond Trust, setting up the treasury department. Then from there to Transnational Bank, which is now Access Bank, again, a proper treasury department. And you could see how the industry has changed and how our economies and our banks have grown. I always feel touched when I see the likes of Equity and the things they have done. You should see how touched people feel when young people are being given scholarships to go and transform our country. Imagine 20, 30 years ago where we were and where we are today. Putting together something like this. And you have our colleagues, I think it was Tanbik yesterday, telling us about ethics and so on. And you could feel how touched people are. And today you hear people telling us about what they are doing for SDGs and so on. And you can see that we are making that trajectory that we've always been talking about for a long time. So you can imagine coming to KIB to do a bit of capacity building on the membership side. And then now here we are doing this on a regional basis. Sometimes it is difficult to put this in words. Somebody who was in East Africa 20 years ago, and I can give an example of the people in the diaspora who have gone to work and are coming back. In some areas, they go and they get lost. The roads have changed, the buildings have changed. Somebody who was in Kampala 20 years ago, when they come today, they're like, wait, you know? Yeah, last year we were in Naivasha. We were talking about data governance, and we had three things that we spoke about: people, processes, and technology. Today we are talking about people, and we are in Uganda, Kampala. Next year we're going to be in Tanzania, because it is, you know, we keep on alternating. So we'll find a good theme for it. But I like the flow this is taking. We talk about data governance, people, processes, and technology. And now here we are talking about ethics, professionalism within the bigger context of sustainable development. So for us, we just want to say that we're grateful about how far we've come, the commitment. You see people spending an entire day here. And all I'm seeing is just people taking notes. I thought we took a lot of notes yesterday, but every time somebody speaks, right from the executive director, from everybody spoke about things that we've always spoken about, but they have not come out. And you could see the glow and the attention that these people were giving. So for us from Kenya, and as team event organizers, first is our gratitude for the attendance, but we also challenge you and say, what we take from here, let us go and do something with it. So what we'll be saying, we came from the conference and took away something that will be with us for a very, very long time. Madam Goretti and company, we thank you very much for your co-hosting. We get Patrick Mususa. He's been left with very fond memories of this event. Yeah. So thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure meeting you all again. Asanteni sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you assurance that the moment we are done with the national anthems, all roads lead to. Speak louder. All roads lead to. As you have heard that we have to produce a report, which will be in a very short period of time. Don't make our accountability what? Difficult. How does accountability become difficult? They ask you, where are the people at phase 2 when you are nowhere to be seen? So please be there and enjoy with us the evening. Having said that, I want to mention that we have 2 QR codes that we want to share. The first QR code that you're seeing on your screens, please get out your smartphones and try to scan. If your phone cannot scan the QR code, raise your hand and I come to you. The first phone to raise and you find the details, please let me know what you see. People who have been successful, help your neighbors. If your phone Zoom has a problem, come closer. So what are you saying? Is there anyone who is saying something? What are you saying? Register. Okay, so for all of us that have participated in this training, we are going to receive certificates. So quickly take off less than a minute to give us your correct names in terms of how you want them to be ordered, in terms of if you are a doctor and you want us to start with a doctor, if you are Alhaji and you want us to start with Alhaji, if you are an LC chairman and you want us to start with LC Mosoke Michael, please let us know. And once you submit those details, we will then move to the next QR code. This is because as the hosts, Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services, Kenya Institute of Bankers, and Tanzania Institute of Bankers, we want to avoid errors in your names in terms of how to write them. So please give us correct details and the order of the name. If you're having a challenge, please interact with your neighbor so that we can seamlessly go through this process so that we are able to capture this adequately well. I want to thank our IT team led by John and Chambak. Thank you very much for making this possible so that we can quickly capture this feedback. If your phone is not scanning, you have to download a QR code scanner. But it also means that it's okay. But if you get time, buy another phone. If you get time, buy another phone. Yeah. If you can't scan and you have pointed to the QR, please download the QR code scanner from the App Store and then use that. It will be able to. You go to the App Store, Play Store, and then be able, give them time. Some people, their phones have not downloaded. So you download from Play Store and then be able to now use the QR code. But essentially, you should have been able to scan to give us this information. By show of hands, how many of us have submitted? I want to use the majority rule. By show of hands, how many of us? Raise your hand without intimidation. Raise your hand. Yeah, we're just trying to reconfirm because we have some entrants that have come in today. And I don't know, we just need to match to make sure that we have the correct information. Yes. So I see a number of people have raised their hands this side. How many of us are successful this side? Please raise your hand. Those of us that have submitted the information. Okay, thank you very much. And how many of us have not submitted? By show of hands. Okay, we have 3, 4. Have you downloaded the app? You're downloading? Okay. What has failed? If the app does not download, we will provide you a paper. That's our next guess now. If the app will, so you go to the browser. Have you got it? The moment you scan, that's it. So you can just take your seat and now fill in that particular form that is going to come. So you fill in. I'm sure that now at least 95% of us have been able to submit. Please present the next QR code. And we get out our smartphones and do the needful. The first person to go through, let me know what you're saying. Come again? It's a survey. Okay. It's exactly it. So you must be getting a survey. And so from the organizing team, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda, all the institutes that have put together this conference, we want to get your feedback because this feedback will then inform the conference in Tanzania, and your thoughts are very critical as we continue to move, as we cooperate in this journey. So I'm requesting that please share your sentiments, ideas. Please avoid what we call bandwagon effect. Share from a personal and rational point of view in terms of your experiences through these 2 days. And of course, that information will be able to support us as we move forward. So share with us. There's a part that allows you to share all your sentiments in terms of areas of improvement. where you feel we were supposed to smile for you and we didn't smile, feel free to let us know so that tomorrow we are able to smile. So feedback is very, very important. We all know that feedback is breakfast for champions. And so if it's breakfast for champions, it's critical that you share with us so that going forward we can be able to plan adequately and ensure that the conference is bigger, bolder, and better. Once I tell you that you go home, you'll do homework, and no one of you will do homework. We'll sit there at the institute and we'll be waiting, and nothing will happen. So I need to make sure that this is also complete. Who has not yet accessed the QR code? Okay. At least many of us are accessing the QR code. This is a time where you fill in and share your sentiments to inform us on the journey. Do you think that the theme was relevant on the role of financial services in building sustainable regional economies? Do you think it was befitting for the time? How do you rate our speakers, our nature of topics that we selected? Please give us the score. But you also know that fast in, fast out, garbage in, garbage out. Once you give us garbage, we will next year give you garbage based on what you have told us. So please give it some more thought so that you can ably inform us in terms of our topics. Which among these topics do you want to see come or be present in our next conference in Tanzania? Where do you want us to see that we continue to facilitate these discussions? Any one of us that has finished submitting, raise your hand. Anyone of us that has finished submitting? Okay. I have a quarter. I want to at least have half. You have a beautiful. I see that some of you have gone into a discussion group. This is individual based. You share as an individual, and then we shall aggregate this information to really say that this is what the participants of the conference had to say. You want the QR code again? The first one. Okay, give them the first one. That's the first QR code. You need the second one? Please run the second QR code. The first one, eh? Okay, first return the first one. Centenary Bank team, is all aware? I don't want to propose that banks should create loans for phones. I don't want to suggest. Okay, can you please run the second QR code? So that's the second QR code in terms of evaluation. Our speakers, our venue selection, our vendors, the host of the event. Where do you think we can improve? Where do you think we can bring back next year while we are in Tanzania? Where do you want us to really shape a conversation from? So this feedback is important. Okay, as that is happening, allow me to inform you that on the last Thursday of this particular month, at the Institute, our next continuous professional development program is going to be on ESG. I want to encourage you because you know that it is now a requirement from the regulator. I want to implore you as well as encourage you to get back to your banks, because I'm sure that there are a number of your colleagues that have not managed to make it here. So that once we roll out that CPD is already rolled out, feel free to share with us your participants who should undergo that training. And of course, as you'll appreciate, these trainings are slated for different levels. So make sure that you have participants that will be a part of that continuous professional development program, as we all can agree that sustainability is becoming crystal clear to us, and we have to make sure that we have staff that adequately understand the topic. Having said that, allow me also to use the very platform as people are sharing their findings on the survey to tell you that the sports is here. How many of us here know about the sports gala? Raise your hand if you know about the sports gala. I heard some of you are excited, some of you are not excited, but the sports gala is here. This information is already running. You should be receiving letters, but come the 27th of September, you'll have the golf competition by your CEOs and EXCO team. So those, the likes of Kajimu, the likes of the sustainability leader at DTB, Cassius, start training golf, because on the Rio day, we are not going, okay, we will train, but you don't want to come and train. You want to come and whip balls. So 27th September, please plan. That is golf. 13th October, we are going to be at Lugogo for the indoor games. And then 20th October, we'll be at Chambogo for the outdoor games. I wanted to quickly also share that information as I'm buying time for people to share their final evaluation. My final communication is about the Banking and Financial Services Awareness Month, which is starting on the 31st of October. What at the Institute are we trying to do? Specifically for this year, we are calling on partners specifically that understand the role of savings. Just like we did last year, the bank, the giant saving box is going to be still moving around institutions. We want to request that once you receive these letters, be the first to let us know and respond positively to this giant saving box. We are still running the campaign where we are going to collect funds, which will be allocated to the Green Awards. The previous awards that we held at Kochi Hotel, we gave about 6 institutions that participated in the campaign. So that means that this night, the other previous time we collected averagely about 51 million. See here, about 51 million. Yes, we collected around 51 million. Let's give ourselves a big clap. So this time round, would it be expected that a number of institutions will join so that we make the Green Awards bigger and better. And of course, we believe that by creating these Green Awards, the financial sector, specifically banks, will be contributing in a bigger space. We'll be able to attract bigger partners because all of us as banks are gathered together under one umbrella to contribute to matters of sustainability. So it will still be you members to agree on whether we go and plant forests, whether we want to attack the social aspects, whether we want to go biodiversity. But at the end of the day, we feel at the Institute that this will be a better platform because once we join together our efforts, that means that we can also attract players as opposed to individual players going out to the market to individually attack communities and be able to implement these projects. So that's the Banking and Financial Services Awareness Month, and that's the basis at which we're going to be doing it going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to see hands of those that have successfully submitted the evaluation form. Can we clap for ourselves? If you haven't submitted, find a way to submit. As I close, all roads lead to, speak louder, all roads lead to, thank you very, second phase. Okay, so I want to hope that everyone has registered. For those of us who are leaving tomorrow, I want to be clear and crystal clear. Tomorrow, set off time for the vehicle that will take people who are going to the national park and to, Chief, you said where? Kingfisher, Chikube. Yes, Chikube, that's the word I was looking for. To Chikube, we are leaving by 6. We are setting off 6 sharp. We are not saying we are starting to set off. By 6 sharp, the car will be moving out. Is that clear? We want to avoid the scenario where you chase us on the road. giving us these lights indicating and hooting. Pee, 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 pee. As of this bank are waiting for us. We want to, NBS people, this is not part of the conference, so stop filming. You know these service providers, when they are filming everything. This is not part of the conference. Cameras off. People want to avoid where you start to use your car as a race car. Pee, 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 pee. You see me, Kajimo. Then even us in the bus, we shall pass our head out. Did you pay all your money? Yes, I paid it. Guys, 6 will be setting off. So we'll be setting off from here. So when you come to Sheraton, we are going to set off from here. When you come to Sheraton, ask any of their staff parking B. So they will show you where parking B is. That's where the vehicle would have settled. I want to tell you that the facility we are going to use tomorrow is state of the art. State of the art. Wi-Fi, charging, whatnot. As you are moving glasses of champagne. Okay, we wanted to give glasses of champagne. The problem is that the potholes will shake the glasses. Okay. Yeah. It is clear that Sheraton, it does not belong to the institute. Eh? So don't bring your car and park it and leave it here. No. We don't have that arrangement. So make sure that, for example, Kajimu, your wife drops you. Cassius, your wife drops you. Cassius, if you're not married, find a way. Very good. Cassius is married. Very good. So find a way or Uber yourself here so that we can be able. But please don't leave the vehicle here because it will be at your own cost and you'll be charged. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I have deliberately shared everything I wanted to share. I am going to request that we rise. When we rise, we are going to do 2 things. We are going to clap left and right. As you rise, ladies and gentlemen, give a big clap to our conference chair.
Thank you, MC. I want to call you MC so that people know that you have a WhatsApp, you have a TikTok, you have a Twitter, all these things, guys. Get there and look for Gava the MC. All right, a very good evening to you all. I'd like to express my appreciation to all of you for your participation and engagement. I'll just keep it short to throw more information on the Burisa trip. A number of people have been asking, Mary, this money that we paid, does it cater to accommodation as well? Or when we get there, we need to find our own accommodation? Guys, full package. Just carry yourself there. Everything. It's just the dress code, those clothes. Just take your clothes with you. We're going to make it fun. Guys, feel free, break out. The classroom sessions have been here. So starting this evening, the first 2, we're just going to have fun. Of course, these are going to be study tours. So we'll learn while we have fun. We'll learn while we play. This is ESG, okay? So everything catered to. Do not worry about anything financial. We've catered to everything. Very beautiful accommodation. Everything is on. So please enjoy. Back to you, Gava, the MC. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, here. Picture, yeah, we're going to have. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're going to do. One, I like to emphasize that I work at the Institute of Banking and Financial Services. So if you're looking for me, you know where to find me. I don't think that can be very, very difficult. If you find Mugwanya, you have found me. But I am in charge of membership. So soon all of you are candidates. So once you see me calling, you don't make it difficult. So like I said, let's clap left and right, thanking ourselves for being here for the 2 days. No. You have confused it. It has to be consistent. It has to be consistent like this. You clap left and right. Some of you are just one direction. As you're clapping, you look at your neighbors as you thank them. Okay. Asante sana. Asante sana. Asante sana. We are going to have the anthems. The moment we are done with the anthems, all of us here for a big, big group picture. And after here, where are we going? Second phase, eh? Okay, I wanted to also thank you very much. May the good Lord lead you to our next part of the agenda. I request the team to play for us the anthems, and after we'll move here for the group picture.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu.
Group photo. I request our photographer to quickly come and see how we can align ourselves to have the photo so we can move to phase 2 for our cocktail party.
Tugenda ku phase 2. Tugenda ku phase 2. Ku phase 2. Chovola betandise misana. Phase 2.
Yeah, that's why I want to start.